You managing moderators can support your channel introducing managing moderators. Is that wait, managing moderators? Didn't I have managing moderators before? Okay, how'd I get out of here? What is this? I hope I'm back. Okay, tea sippers. Tea sippers, tea sippers, tea sippers. What am I gonna do with my tea sippers? Oh my goodness. So listen, I know I'm whole day late. I've been chimed into. Listen, I have a birthday coming up in a couple of days. So I've already started my birthday celebration. And that's kind of what happened today. So please come on in. Come on in. I don't plan on being here long. But I got to talk about what's going on. I must talk about what's going on with these one on a deathbed and on life support, brain dead. I mean, this is what happens when y'all play these games and can't nobody believe nothing that y'all say, because the game that y'all play is just so overwhelming. And then so they say Lindsey gone. He was over there playing with Russia, you know, scared for his life, because he got one of them warning signs like Trump did when he was over there in China. And then all of a sudden he out of here. Was he sick? We don't know. We just don't know what's going on. So let's hear old boy Ben. Let's go.
Into assisting. Donald Trump is panicking over Lindsey Graham's sudden death. Donald Trump was the last person to speak with Lindsey Graham minutes before
Sudden death syndrome. You know, he got threatened, his whole, all of them being corrupt. You know, Lindsey was the one who was playing in Bibi Netanyahu's ear. He was in his ear, telling him what to say to Trump to get what they needed done, because he pro-war. So he said, come here, bring that ear here. And he started saying sweet nothings in his ear. And now it's not working out. Hey, Cynthia, it's not working out for them. They didn't win. Yeah, they, you know, a lot of people gone and they playing it folk in our face like they still alive. Carry on.
Lindsey Graham died. Kash Patel over at the FBI. Donald Trump is panicking over Lindsey Graham's sudden death. Donald Trump was the last person to speak with Lindsey Graham.
Got him on the line.
Before Lindsey Graham died. Kash Patel over at the FBI says the FBI is putting lots of resources into assisting.
I have no idea why that kicked out. Bear with me. It's saying it's bad. Let me put the back screen back up. And we gonna carry right on. I don't know what that's about, but we ain't playing no games. Hold on. They're trying to play in my face. They don't want me to be great. Ow! I almost fell over. Let's go.
Donald Trump just said he called in to meet the press, and he said that he was the says the FBI is putting lots of resources into assisting in connection with the death of Lindsey Graham. Here is what Donald Trump just said.
He was going to talk on Palestine.
And he said that he was the last person to speak with Lindsey Graham before Lindsey Graham died, minutes before the death. Here, play this clip.
And just to make that point, I mean, authorities were called to his home responding to initial reports of a cardiac arrest. Again, his office saying a brief and sudden illness. Do you have any more details?
I would think it would be that, because when I spoke to him, it could have been.
He would think it would be what?
He said that he was the last person to speak with Lindsey Graham before Lindsey Graham died, minutes before the death. Here, play this clip.
And just to make that point, I mean, authorities were called to his home responding to initial reports of a cardiac.
Last person to speak
So
with
was he
Lindsey Graham
back
before Lindsey Graham
from
died, minutes
Russia?
before the death. Here, play this clip.
And just to make that point, I mean, authorities were called to his home responding to initial reports of a cardiac arrest. Again, his office saying a brief and sudden illness. Do you have any more details?
I would think it would be that, because when I spoke to him, it could have been, minutes before, based on, based on the fact that I heard about the call, whatever time that was, so it was shortly before. But it had to be something like that, because he was, other than being tired, he was fine. And so it had to be something like that would just be a quick end. And maybe that's not the worst way to go. He had some fine moments.
Then Donald.
Like that would just be a quick end. And maybe that's not the worst way to go. He had some fine moments.
Then Donald Trump called.
He was talking
CNN.
yesterday about he had
Tapper, and Jake Tapper
bag
was
on his
"Can we
head."
just also speak for a moment about the war with Iran. The United States has escalated. Iran responded and targeted numerous American military bases and struck those bases yesterday. So are you back at war with Iran? Who controls the Strait of Hormuz? And then Donald Trump's like, out of respect for Lindsey, I can't talk about this at all. I really don't want to have any discussions about what's going on with the war, whether the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Watch what Donald Trump says here. Play this clip.
He obviously was very supportive of the strikes against Iran. The U.S. and Iran have been engaging back and forth in strikes over the last few days and overnight. Are we back at war? And who controls the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, I don't want to, out of respect for Lindsey, I'm not talking about them. We hit him very hard last night, so I don't want to talk about it, but I will say we hit him very hard last night. We had to deal with them yesterday. They were giving up everything. And then all of a sudden, 2 hours after that, they hit the ship with a drone. And I said,
he got hit with a drone.
Nothing wrong with him. But I'm talking about a man who had nothing wrong with him, and that's...
He got hit with a drone.
And we hit him very hard last night. So I don't want to talk about it, but I will say we hit him very hard last night. We had to deal with them yesterday. They were giving up everything. And then all of a sudden, 2 hours after that, they hit the ship with a drone. And I said, these people, there's something wrong with them. But I'm talking about a man who had nothing wrong with him, and that's Lindsey Graham.
And to his credit, Jake Tapper continues to press Donald Trump and says, I understand that that's what you want to do, but the American people are very scared right now and are suffering right now and are very confused. And we need to know what the hell is going on with this never-ending war, with what you're doing with Netanyahu. What's going on here? So Iran has declared the Strait of Hormuz is closed, and all of the shipping data suggests it is indeed closed. Is that true? Donald Trump then goes,
I don't want to talk about it.
As far as I'm concerned, don't talk about it. Remember Donald Trump during COVID? If you don't test, you don't know there's cases. If you don't talk about it, let's just pretend the Strait of Hormuz is open. And as I'll just show you in a little bit, Donald Trump then had CENTCOM publish messages saying the Strait of Hormuz is open. But let's just listen to what he says here. Play this clip.
Iran has declared the Strait of Hormuz closed. Is that true, Mr. President?
It's open as far as we're concerned. Don't talk about it. Talk about the reason that you asked me to speak.
Okay. We appreciate that time, sir. Before I let you go, is there any other final word that you want the American people to know about Lindsey Graham? What was it?
No, I think his finest moment was his defense of Brett Kavanaugh, who's a terrific guy, and was treated very, very unfairly by the Democrats. Very unfair. I've never seen
by the Democrats. What about the people who shot him down?
Well, maybe
not trying to make deals for you.
Just about everybody. He was treated so unfairly, and Lindsey, as you remember, had that moment. And You know, I'll tell you, Jake, I think it was a top 10, maybe a top 5 moment in the history of the Senate. It was an incredible display. And he did it from the heart. He felt strongly about Brett, and he did it from the heart.
He was drunk as hell. He was scared as hell. He had got some bad news.
That was it.
Them Epstein files. Because he's in
I
them.
know you don't want to talk about any other issues out of respect for Lindsey Graham, but we would love to have you back sometime because I do have a lot of other questions for you, sir.
Sure, we'll do that.
For the first time ever, we're doing buy one, get one free on a
Wow.
wrestling blanket. Here's why. Buy one, get one free is live right now.
And then Donald Trump says to Jake Tapper, we want CNN to go a little bit more normal. Hey, Jake, can you go more normal? As you know, Donald Trump has his right-wing oligarchs who took over CBS.
Green,
They're now
one
acquiring
one
CNN.
alcoholic,
And Tapper's like,
another
well,
alcoholic.
I feel like we're normal right now, sir. I think we're on a normal path. And then just notice, this is a quality of Donald Trump. He's a keyboard warrior, and he'll talk a lot of trash and say horrible things on social media posts. But when Jake Tapper says, we are normal, sir, Donald Trump goes, you are. You are. And by the way, do you hear how sickly Donald Trump sounds? Donald Trump sounds deeply sick. And what's interesting was before Lindsey Graham passed, he was sick in the head, in my opinion, but he didn't sound sick, Lindsey Graham, unlike Trump, who sounds very sickly. Here's what Trump says. Here, play this clip.
Both of them look scared.
To have CNN
Trump
go on a
and
normal
Lindsey.
path, and we'll do that.
Well, I'm on a normal path right here, sir, and I appreciate your time.
Good,
And thank
you
you for
are.
Both
calling
of
in.
them.
Okay.
Lindsey was scared and looked sick, and so did Trump. They knew that there was, they had been warned. Yeah, they were warned that the Mossad was coming. Let's be clear.
Lindsey Graham, unlike Trump, who sounds very sickly. Here's what Trump says. Here, play this clip.
Thank you for
We're
calling
trying
in.
to have CNN go on a normal path, and we'll do that.
Well, I'm on a normal path right here, sir, and I appreciate your time.
Good,
And thank
you
you
are.
for calling in.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
Thanks so much. We'll be
I
right
always
back
gotta
after this
blame
quick
it
break.
on
And then
somebody.
Donald Trump's like, okay, this is the reason that I'm calling, Jake. Let me explain to you what Lindsey Graham's death means to me and to this country. I think Lindsey Graham would have been there very strongly to help me eliminate the filibuster, Jake. A moving tribute by Donald Trump. Here, play this clip.
Bit of a different attitude, but we got along on it. Essentially, we agreed. And essentially, we agreed on almost everything. Where he was really becoming strong was the Save America Act. He was really, and I think he was going to be there very, very strongly on the filibuster.
Hey,
He was against
Crystal.
terminating the filibuster.
Trying to blame
And I
everyone
think he
is
was doing that because he
else
said we have a
but
budget
himself.
coming up.
Absolutely.
And we have debt ceiling coming up, and the Democrats
Entire
will,
from the
you know,
Democrat Party.
they're deranged.
I'm
in
surprised
many
he's
ways,
not
and they're not gonna be
blaming
able to do
us.
it. So he was coming aboard, I think, for the filibuster, terminating the filibuster. But before we did that, he was a strong advocate for Save America. And that's what he called me about last time. I mean, I think of it, I spoke to him he had already landed. He was probably at his place. I don't know where he was, but I spoke to him, and then I got a call a few hours later saying, late in the evening, at 2 o'clock in the morning, actually. But they found out about it, I think, about 8 o'clock, about his problem. But
What
it had to be
problem?
something very quick, because he was fine. Other than being tired, he was fine.
He obviously
Then when Donald Trump was on Meet the Press, he said regarding Lindsey Graham's death, this is a big blow to the Save America Act, Trump's voter suppression bill. This is a big blow to that. And so that's how Donald Trump will remember Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham would have helped Donald Trump more pass the Voter Suppression Act. Here, play this clip.
Anybody like him? He was so intent. I mean, he literally called me about the Save America Act. That's why that's where I heard it. Think of it. He's traveling for many, many hours. That's a long flight. That's a long trip. And he, calls me about the Save America Act. He thought we were going to get it passed.
Do you remember the very... Yeah.
This is a big blow to the Save America Act, let me tell you.
Do you remember, Mr. President, what was the last thing you said to him? What was the last thing he said to you?
I said, we'll see you soon. Come over anytime you want. He came into the White House a lot because I liked him. Can't do that with everybody. but he come in.
By the way, and then Kristen Welker says, hey, Donald, Iran says the Strait of Hormuz is closed. CENTCOM says it's open. Which is it?
He said, far as
Donald
he
Trump
concerned.
goes, it's open. I don't want to talk about it. We thought we had a deal. Iran really wants a deal. It's open. Everything is going great. Here, play this clip.
President, you obviously launched a fresh round of strikes overnight. Iran said overnight the Strait of Hormuz is closed. CENTCOM came out this morning and said the Strait of Hormuz is open. Which is it, Mr. President, and how are you going to respond?
And I don't want to talk about it because I want to honor the life of Lindsey Graham, so I don't want to talk about it. I told you that before the call.
Yeah.
It's open. We bombed the hell out of them last night. They're very, very evil and sick people. We had meetings with them for the last. They agreed to it
So they
yesterday.
took out. They
Perfect
took out
deal for
Lindsey.
us. No nuclear, no this, no that, no nothing. They gave up everything. And then after that, they left the room. And then within an hour, they launched a drone at a ship. I said, you people are sick. You're sick people. And so it's one of those things. I don't want to talk about it.
Finally, before I let you go.
I want to talk about one person today, Lindsey Graham.
As we should, Mr. President, just finally, before I let you go, what?
Then state regime media Fox brought on Donald Trump's bud, Benjamin Netanyahu. And Netanyahu
Who took him out?
says, let me tell you about Lindsey Graham. When Israel would get aid from Trump and the United States, Lindsey Graham would say, let me give you more American taxpayer dollars, Netanyahu. We want to give you more money, is what Lindsey would always say to me. And I said, Lindsey, you want to give me all of that money? We should take it away from the American people's health care, from helping Americans buy a home.
This right here is what's happening. He telling you the truth. Right here, they were planting. Yes, Lindsey was all up in Bibi Netanyahu, telling him everything he needed to say in order to sweet talk Trump into going into this war. Lindsey Graham was the one who was playing footsies. And when he was about to go on some talk show this morning, he had plans and he was going to show some sympathy or empathy to the Palestinians. They pulled the plug on him. I mean, you know, not the O'Donnell got plugged, but yeah, lights out. Yeah, that plug. Let's go.
American people afford things to give it to Israel. Lindsey, thank you, Lindsey. We're so grateful. Here, play this clip.
Trump sort of a 10-year MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, where America gives Israel much valued support. Now,
they support. Let's be clear. They
this,
support you more with our tax-paying dollars than they support the taxpayers. Can y'all hit the like button for me, please? Double tap the face of your phone. Hit those 3 dots at the top right corner. I'm not gonna be here long if y'all play this game. Double tap, pop him. Go. Double tap your phone right there. Yeah, you should see a thumb go up. One person did it. Okay, so hit those 3 dots at the top right corner. Yeah, go ahead and leave if you cannot hit the like button. So he is absolutely telling the truth. Lindsey was down with giving Bibi Netanyahu all our taxpayers' money, stealing for us to cater to Bibi Netanyahu. And the minute he was about to say something against them, pro-Israel, he was pro-Israel, but he was about to show some form of empathy for the genocide. And he said, oh, hell to the no. Say what? Yeah, y'all, somebody took their like back. I need for y'all to hit the like button. If you've already hit it and the thumb went up, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the other few people that's in here that's refusing to hit the like button. What's your problem? Go somewhere else. Go somewhere else. Yeah, go ahead and leave. I want you to leave. I want some more of you to leave. As you can see, Before 1 or 2 people came in here, I was still talking. I'm still gonna talk when you leave, but you gonna hit the like button or you gonna get the fuck out. Remix, who's the liberal? I'm not gonna assume I know who you talking about. Put a name on it or shut up. Put a name on it or shut up. Remixed AI. Yeah, that's why they hid your comment. Yeah, put a name on it or shut up. Don't be scary all your life. Yeah, you people are scary. You talk shit behind the screen and you troll because you ain't man enough or woman enough to stand solid on it. So shut up. Y'all get on my nerves. I always talking noise and scared. I always talking noise and scared. Put a name on it. Your mama a liberal? Yeah. The slut puppy that had you is a liberal? Yeah, probably. Let's go. You
said,
slut
okay,
doggy doggy.
This is what we need. We don't need any more. He said, yes, you do. I said, Lindsey, we don't need any more. And he would tell me,
you probably one of them pro-Israel
"Let me
beggars
give you
too.
more American taxpayer dollars, Netanyahu. We want to give you more money," is what Lindsey would always say to me. And I said, "Lindsey, you want to give me all of that money? We should take it away from the American people's health care and from helping Americans buy homes.
You figured out
and from
how to
helping
give
the
past
American
us, so
people
let me
afford
put your
things to
monkey
give it to
ass
Israel."
out.
Lindsey,
Bye bye.
Thank you, Lindsey. We're so grateful. Here, play this.
Remix.
Trump, 10-year MOU,
Removed.
understanding.
Remix is removed. Remix got removed. Get your ass on somewhere. How about that?
Where America gives Israel much valued
people's health care and from helping Americans buy homes and from helping the American people afford things to give it to Israel. Lindsey, thank you, Lindsey. We're so grateful. Here, play this clip.
Trump, sort of a 10-year MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, where America gives Israel much valued support. Now, when I did this, when I negotiated this, I said, okay, this is what we need. We don't need any more. He said, yes, you do.
Yes, you do. So you want to steal from us
anymore.
so y'all can go over there and have them freaky nasty parties.
Over your head to the Senate because I think you need more on missile defense or whatever, okay? And I think once or twice he got his way.
And then Netanyahu
said... Now take in mind, this is the same type of stuff that Bibi Netanyahu did when they unalived Charlie Kirk. He came out and started saying, "Oh, Charlie, he was my best friend, and he wanted me to do," same thing. He goes into overkill in the conversation. Tell they whole little shenanigans, that whole little steal from the U.S. to put money in my pocket for defense and weapons and all that type of stuff. He did the same type of stuff with Charlie. Came out, "Oh, it wasn't me. People were saying it was me. Oh, we love Charlie. Charlie was coming." All of that fake Jewish talk stuff. He's a Polish. Yeah.
Much valued support. Now, when I did this, when I negotiated this, I said, okay, this is what we need. We don't need any more. He said, yes, you do. I said, Lindsey, we don't need any more.
Lying.
And he would tell me, no, I'm going to go over your head to the Senate because I think you need more on missile
I'm going to go over your head.
And I think once or twice he got his way.
And then Netanyahu.
I'm going to go over your head. I don't need it. Yes, you do. You need it. You need it. Hi, I don't know how to pronounce your name. I don't know what you gotta Wanda Ken. I Wanda Ken Nobi. I don't know. Hello.
Says Lindsey was a patriot. That was what a real giving money to Israel. That's what defines patriotism. Here, play this clip.
Appreciate you joining us.
Yes, Prime Minister, thank you for joining us. And actually, if I could just one last quick
because he was question. Israel first, not U.S. first.
Your friend Lindsey Graham, what would it be?
Patriot. Big American patriot.
All right. Well, now
for tuning in.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Let's bring in Alex Hogan.
Now, 6 days ago, Lindsey Graham was mocking his death. Of course, during the Ayatollah protest, Lindsey Graham was prominently featured as one of the targets of the Iranian, the mourners rather, at the Ayatollah Khamenei's funeral, which also turned into a protest against the Trump regime. And just to remind you of some of the things that Lindsey Graham had been saying recently, he talked about blowing Iran off the map. Let's play it.
I've been saying for 6 months now, hit Iran. They have oil fields out in the open. They have the Revolutionary Guard headquarters you can see from space. Blow it off the map.
He said that his message to the Ayatollah is Donald Trump is going to kill you. We're going to kill you, he said. Here, play this clip.
Girl, is this not the most beautiful shimmer oil that you have ever seen? Like, it is giving goddess.
It's giving black. It's giving 50 Shades of Brown. It's giving bronze. It's giving you want to be black. Yeah, that's what it's giving. But let's go. Carry on.
He has your back. And to the Ayatollahs, you need to understand, if you keep killing your people who are demanding a better life, Donald J. Trump is going to kill you. Change is coming to Iran. It'll be the biggest change in the history of the Mideast to get rid of this Nazi regime.
Look at Lizzie. Leslie. She was so hyped up. Baby, it's giving, Trump is going to kill you. It's giving gay. Yeah, it's giving gay. Yeah.
It's coming to Iran. It'll be the biggest change in the history of the Mideast to get rid of this Nazi regime. To the people of Iran, help is on the way.
But even when you go back to 2003 with Lindsey Graham,
talking about traitors of the U.S.
senator, he would say he was one of the main people pushing, yes, Saddam Hussein has weapons of mass destruction. Here, play this clip.
I believe that Saddam Hussein is giving aid and comfort, training and assistance to al-Qaeda murderers, that he has weapons of mass destruction. He is lying when he says he doesn't, and he will never voluntarily disarm. 500 inspectors, 5,000 inspectors are not going to make him disarm. He is a danger to our country and the world. He has killed his own people, and you're not going to disarm him, but diplomacy is going to take force.
Or how about Lindsey Graham back in January? Iran's days are numbered. They're numbered. And this is what he would always say. Your days are numbered. This is not here. Play this clip.
There are a lot of headlines out there that are, in my view, not accurate. President Trump's resolve is not the question. The question is, and when we do an operation like this, should it be bigger or smaller? I'm in the camp of bigger. Time will tell. I'm hopeful and optimistic that the regime days are numbered.
And then Lindsey Graham also compared the United States dropping nuclear weapons on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and he goes, that's what Israel should be doing in Gaza. That's what Israel's doing. Why wouldn't we support them in doing that? Here, play this clip.
So when we were faced with destruction as a nation after Pearl Harbor, fighting the Germans and the Japanese, we decided to end the war by bombing Hiroshima and Nagasaki with nuclear weapons. That was the right decision. Give Israel the bombs they need to end the war they can't afford to lose, and work with them to minimize casualties. So can I say this? Why is it okay for America to drop 2 nuclear bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki?
He said he was sick, and that's why he gone.
Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
He was against the United States, and he was stealing our money, allegedly. Let's go. I'm on it. I need for y'all to hit the like button. Come on.
Nuclear weapons. That was the right decision. Give Israel the bombs they need to end the war they
doing. Why wouldn't we support them in doing that? Here, play this clip.
roots. So when we were faced with destruction as a nation after Pearl Harbor, fighting the Germans and the Japanese, we decided to end the war by bombing Hiroshima and Nagasaki with nuclear weapons. That was the right decision. Give Israel the bombs they need to end the war they can't afford to lose, and work with them to minimize casualties. So, can I say this? Why is it okay for America to drop 2 nuclear bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki to end their existential threat war? Why was it okay for us to do that? I thought it was okay.
He was working for the Israelis. Yeah, he was against the United States. He was an asset. I agree. Yeah, he was one of their assets. Totally against the U.S.
So Israel, do whatever you have to do to survive as a Jewish state.
Now, let me show you what
A Jewish state. When did it become a Jewish state? It's not a state. Yeah, it's stolen land, and you made it a state in a foreign country. Huh? A state in a foreign country. It's not United States. So what state is it? A made-up state. Oh, okay. I got it. Let's go.
Nuclear bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki to end their existential threat war. Why was it okay for us to do that? I thought it was okay. So Israel, do whatever you have to do to survive as a Jewish state.
Now, let me show you what CENTCOM posted moments ago. They posted 2 things this morning. This is from CENTCOM. This is what CENTCOM, U.S. CENTCOM, right? They post claim. The Iranian commander for the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps recently said on state-owned media that no foreign vessels may pass through the Strait of Hormuz without being identified, tracked, and monitored by Iranian forces. CENTCOM goes false. Then they go fact. This is what CENTCOM says. Iran does not control the Strait of Hormuz. It remains an international waterway. U.S. forces are positioned and prepared to keep it that way. Then CENTCOM posts, the Strait of Hormuz is open to all vessels seeking to lawfully transit the international waterway. U.S. forces are positioned and prepared to ensure that freedom of navigation remains available, despite unwarranted Iranian aggression, harassment, threats, and arbitrary declaration. Iran does not control the Strait of Hormuz. Traffic is flowing. When you look at the marine traffic, when you look at the data of the tankers leaving the Strait of Hormuz, CENTCOM isn't just lying. They're lying so badly. The Strait of Hormuz is closed right now. Even after the MOU was entered into, at peak you were having 35 to 30 tankers leave the Strait of Hormuz, whereas before Trump did this catastrophic war with Netanyahu, there was 135 to 150 tankers each day. Then that went down to 35 peak. Now maybe it's 1 or 2, and they're Chinese tankers or they're Iranian-aligned tankers. And when the U.S. tries to push out tankers through its own route and not go by the Iran route, Iran strikes those ships. We saw what just went down in the past 12 hours. And of course, for the past several months, and CENTCOM saying it's open, we know it's closed. And it's so humiliating that this is what CENTCOM has become. But it's also humiliating that not just state regime media, not just Fox and CBS and Newsmax and the usual suspects, but lots of media then regurgitates what CENTCOM says. So CENTCOM says it, so we must say what CENTCOM says. I mean, take a look right here. Ground News show aggregates all of these articles, and they just report verbatim. Traffic is flowing in the Strait of Hormuz, CENTCOM says. A lot of coverage on the right wing. A lot of coverage center. Even left-wing media is covering that all, which is why the Midas Touch Network's like, we need to change the way the media landscape is. It's why independent news is so important, because
they lie to us.
Media, and yes, there is a right-wing slant here, but all of it's just regurgitating what CENTCOM's saying and not showing graphs and data and charts and explaining what just took place last night. I mean, that's horrible stuff. You know, it's why I use Ground News as well, because I want to study what it is that corporate media is covering and how they're covering it. And so Ground News is an app and a website that pulls in thousands of articles from around the world that organizes them by story to show you how is the left, how's the center, how are the right framing stories differently. For every story, they have a color-coded layout, which makes it easy to see the political bias of each source. I can filter for high factuality sources and see which sources are independently up. Prices will go down. That's the truth. I mean, you then have all these right world try out. I'll tell you who's trying to grind news to the ground, though. And this is why we need the truth. I mean, you then have all these right-wing Trump MAGA puppet sycophants. They then go on today, like Senator Jim Banks of Indiana. And he's like, gas prices are coming down. Things are looking great. Iran's ready to get to the negotiating table with us again. Once Iran realizes how much they need us, the gas prices will go down. You're a United States senator, and that's your assessment after all of this? Iran doesn't want to make a deal that gives up its leverage that it won in the war. The U.S. lost the war. And by the way, in the past 12
Say it
hours,
loud so they understand
US
in the back.
It was hit hard by Iran.
U.S. lost the war. Say it again. Everybody say it. 1, 2, 3. U.S. lost that war. It was not ours to fight. It was Bibi Netanyahu's fight. Yeah. And so there are casualties, lots more than they are saying it is, for a war that wasn't ours. And we lost. Flat out lost. Yeah, we need to start telling the truth. That was not our war, and we did not win. And it's still going on. And the Mossad is coming for them. They've already told them they're coming.
That gives up its leverage that it won in the war. The U.S. lost the war. And by the way, in the past 12 hours, the U.S. was hit hard by Iran. U.S. bases were struck hard by Iran. What just took place in the last 12 hours was actually a humiliation for the United States military. But here's what Jim Banks says. Play this clip.
Aware, Senator, in all this is politics, right? Is the midterms. As the result of this conflict spiraling, the average price of a gallon of gas today is $3.88 nationwide. That is a lot better than $5, $6, but it is still a high enough number that it could cost your party the midterms.
Well, look, President Trump has brought gas prices down. Democrats for 4 years under Joe Biden fought to permanently increase the cost of a gallon of gas, and President Trump took immediate actions at the beginning of this second term to bring down gas prices. They have ticked up in the last week, but we know as soon as Iran can come to the table and understand that they have no other choice but to do what it takes to sign an agreement with the United States of America that they will never have a nuclear weapon, that they can't control the Strait, that they can no longer funnel money to terrorist proxy groups like Hamas and Hezbollah, that they can no longer get away with that, then gas prices will come back down to where we want them to be.
Then you have Mike Walls, the ambassador to the United Nations. It's like, oh, the Strait of Hormuz is clearly open. Ha ha ha. Of course it's open right now. It's not open right now at all. Here, play this clip.
The President Trump has hit back. He's hit back proportionally, but at the end of the day, Iran is going to pay the price.
Got to sit up there and stroke this clown's
and the president
ego.
is threatening consequences should the Strait of Hormuz not be open. There seems to be a struggle over the Strait of Hormuz becoming the #1 flashpoint here. Is it open or not?
They can't say. They got to lie to stroke his ego, to make him seem like he's not a failure. Dean, what are you talking about? Being some sense of intelligence? You sound slow. No slow talking. I mean, make it clear. Oh yeah, now yeah, that one I get it. He is slow and he boo-boos on himself. Got you.
Tired of your missing teeth?
I totally agree.
You don't have to wait to get your new smile. You can get it in just
And parasites wearing his ass out.
Oh, it's open, as Central Command has said, and most of the targets that we've hit the last several nights have been directly aimed at Iran's radars, sensors, drones, and missile batteries right there on the strait to eliminate and degrade their ability to attack the global economy. So we're going to take that leverage off the table. Our great military and Pete Hegseth continue to do that. But at the same time, let's not forget, we have more talks going on in Lebanon. We're taking that off the table, too, for the first time, perhaps ever. The Israeli government, the Lebanese government are working together to eliminate and disarm Iran's proxy Hezbollah.
You just lying through your
completely
teeth.
flipped the script there. We're taking the leverage off the table in terms of the Straits of Hormuz. The negotiations are continuing on the nuclear program. And oh, by the way, Maria, the oil prices are the same as they were pre-war. Our energy department and Secretary Scott Bessent, by the way, is doing a phenomenal job. Just sanctioned the Ayatollah's money man, who's running a global luxury real estate empire around the world. We're turning the screws on the economy, and President Trump will ensure Iran never has a nuke.
You just lying.
From the Persian Gulf Strait Authority, which was set up by Iran. Dear applicants, due to recent illegal movements of U.S. military forces in the area, traffic through the Strait of Hormuz is currently not possible. As soon as stability and calm are established, all applications will be reviewed and the necessary permits will be issued based on the schedule. The only way to obtain a traffic permit is through the pgsa.ir website. Follow our social media account on X to get the latest updates. Thank you for your patience and support. Iran's retaliation and attacks after the U.S. attacks in Iran's southern soil. Here's what the IRGC targeted.
I totally agree, KG.
The following: an MQ-9 drone hangar and command center at Prince Hassan Air Base in Jordan, targeted, damaged. A fighter jet maintenance and repair hub center at the U.S. Al Udeid base in Qatar, targeted, struck, damaged. The supply, logistics, and refueling platforms for U.S. Navy aircrafts in Duqm, Oman, targeted by Iran and damaged. U.S. Patriot systems, ammunition depots, and radar sites at a U.S. military base in Kuwait, hit with Iranian drones. Communication systems, radar sites, and other infrastructure at the U.S. military base in Bahrain, also targeted and hit with visuals as well. When you look at the Strait of Hormuz, we're seeing a China-managed oil tanker, Berg Star, transiting the Strait of Hormuz. That's basically the only ship that's leaving right now. We can see the data. Carl Quintanilla posted this graph right here, which shows Hormuz commercial cargo vessel crossings. This is before Trump and Netanyahu's catastrophic war. This is, you'll see as we get closer to kind of late June-ish, after the MOU, you'll see a little bit of a spike, but not a lot of tankers leaving. And now that's going right back to where it was right after Trump and Netanyahu launched their catastrophic war. As you know that we noted yesterday as well, remember how we reported that the U.S. sent their two supercarrier groups, the USS Abraham Lincoln and George H.W. Bush, pretty close to the Iranian coast? Well, if you looked at the satellite image today, those ships have actually moved back from where they were previously positioned as they were getting close. They now move back. And I want to point this out as well. Iran has been publishing images this morning of an intercepted American Tomahawk cruise missile launched from a U.S. destroyer in the Gulf of Oman toward Iran. The missile was shot down by the Iranian air defenses in Karamabad, Loristan province yesterday. And I think this is visuals as well. When you look at the Strait of Hormuz, we're seeing a China-managed oil tanker, Berg Star, transiting the Strait of Hormuz. That's basically the only ship that's leaving right now. We can see the data. Carl Quintanilla posted this graph right here, which shows Hormuz commercial cargo vessel crossings. This is before Trump and Netanyahu's catastrophic war. This is, you'll see as we get closer to kind of late June-ish, After the MOU, you'll see a little bit of a spike, but not a lot of tankers leaving. And now that's going right back to where it was right after Trump and Netanyahu launched their catastrophic war. As you know that we noted yesterday as well. Remember how we reported that the U.S. sent their 2 supercarrier groups, the USS Abraham Lincoln and George H.W. Bush, pretty close to the Iranian coast? Well, if you looked at the satellite image today, those ships have actually moved back from where they were previously positioned as they were getting close. They now move back pretty close to the Iranian coast. Well, if you looked at the satellite image today, those ships have actually moved back from where they were previously positioned as they were getting close. They now move back. And I want to point this out as well. Iran has been publishing images this morning of an intercepted American Tomahawk cruise missile launched from a U.S. destroyer in the Gulf of Oman toward Iran. The missile was shot down by the Iranian air defenses in Karamabad, Loristan province yesterday. And I think this is significant and important because Trump says they don't have any air defense systems. So Iran has offensive capabilities, they have air defense systems, they have their navy. If anything, they probably have built up more during the ceasefire period than they had before. Now they know the U.S. tactics, they've studied them. Iran has strategies, unlike Donald Trump, who rants and raves like a lunatic and goes and thinks that he's the smartest person in the room and doesn't follow the intelligence from the CIA or anybody. He goes with his gut, which has bankrupted him his entire life. And Iran has a plan and a strategy that they're executing on while the Trump regime, is flailing around right now. Also, it should be noted that Netanyahu sees Trump flailing, and Netanyahu has, of course, continued to escalate in Gaza. The genocide in Gaza continues. More strikes, more innocent people being killed as well, and more people being killed in general. This is footage from the moment of an Israeli bombing in Gaza earlier today. Let's play it.
What is it? Look like gravel to me.
Israeli fighter jets struck the Al Sina area in western Gaza City. You can see right here. Also, the IDF has been carrying out pretty massive strikes in southern Lebanon outside of the so-called security zone, which is just a way that Israel claims it takes over territory, but tries to act like it hasn't taken it over, but it does by calling Lebanon territory security zones. There were casualties reported there. To share with you what Iranian media had to say about Lindsey Graham's passing. One well-known host on Iranian media said, "I congratulate the Iranian nation on warmongering anti-Iran U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham being sent to hell." Another Iranian TV anchor says, "Lindsey Graham,
sent to hell?" I've been seeing a lot of that, y'all.
About Lindsey Graham's passing. One well-known host on Iranian media said, "I congratulate the Iranian nation on warmongering anti-Iran U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham being sent to hell." Another Iranian TV anchor says, "Lindsey Graham, the anti-Iranian senator, has gone to hell. The news is so good that I want to read it to you once more. Lindsey Graham, the anti-Iranian senator, has gone to hell." That's what they're saying in Iran right now. Meanwhile, Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, has been making his rounds on podcasts, and here's what he's had to say. "I said that southern Lebanon would become Gaza. We would apply the Rafah model. We would destroy everything there. We would deal with them exactly the same way. That's what we did. The infrastructure has been destroyed. Homes in 24 villages along the border. Villages that had existed for hundreds of years that were used by Hezbollah as military outposts against Israel have been demolished. The army systematically flattened villages with bulldozers and explosives. 90% of the houses are gone in Lebanon, southern Lebanon. Between 15,000 and 20,000
dry down here.
destroyed. Anyway, thanks for watching,
Great job.
everybody. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers.
New latest merch drop. Check out the latest pro-democracy sticker packs, t-shirts, hats, sweatshirts, and more. All at
Is what AI? No. Please don't come in here with these AI questions.
You can pay for a certain amount of download, and the upload speed doesn't.
Are you AI?
About Google Fiber.
Are you AI? Oh, hold on. Let me move on. Let's see. What is he saying?
The South Carolina Republican passed away last night following a, quote, brief and sudden illness, according to a statement.
Yeah, a drone.
71 years old. Former President Joe Biden, who served with Graham in Congress for more than a decade, just posted on X saying, in part, quote,
5 hours of bombing. So now we bombing because of
we disagreed often and sometimes
Lindsey.
loudly. Lindsey and I did agree on the profound importance of public service. Like me, he loved the Senate as an institution, even...
Hold on, let's go hear
The
about
story
Mitch.
gets even stranger. Yesterday, 2 Republican senators, John Thune, John Barrasso, both claimed they had 20-minute phone calls with Kentucky Senator Mitch McConnell, who's been in the hospital for almost a month. Scott Jennings, CNN, made the exact same claim. And I think I just assumed, like most normal people, that today we'd get like a video from the senator from the hospital.
So now he alive.
Prayers.
He out of the hospital and
He's
everything.
doing okay. But that didn't happen. And the question is why? Where is Mitch McConnell? What is going on?
So, Mitch McConnell might be brain dead, but the press and the Republican Party are hiding it. And a bunch of GOP senators and Scott Jennings are obviously lying about it. But that was Newsmax host Rob Finnerty. Even right-wingers are like, no, this is nonsense. Totally, utterly not true. Where the hell is this guy? Wait till you find out why they're hiding his condition. Anna, tell us more.
So there are several conservatives, Republicans who are pretty furious about what's going on here. And honestly, Jake, it's not that shocking. Think about how furious Democrats were. By the way, we were also furious when it was abundantly clear that Dianne Feinstein, a Democratic senator, was in no condition to remain in the Senate. She was literally being wheelchaired onto the Senate floor by Nancy Pelosi's daughter. She was suffering from, Alzheimer's. She was just in really bad shape. And we were upset because we should have representation in Congress, and a senator who's unable to represent us should not be in Congress. So with that in mind, let's go to some of the other conservative commentators and figures and hear what they have to say. So fellow...
If you can't perform, then you need to be replaced. Use your sick time, but get that ass on back to work. That's how that should be.
Newsmax host Carl Higbee says, Republicans are doing the same BS with McConnell that Dems did with Biden. No one has actually spoken to him. They are just trying to carry this on to keep Thomas Massie from running for his seat. And I think there's a lot of truth behind that. Now, there are other Republicans speaking out. Let's just quickly go to Benny Johnson. Next video.
They're saying the exact same thing. Here we go. I spoke with McConnell this morning for just shy of 20 minutes about Iran.
They just had him on life support, brain dead.
Did you?
How?
Well, that seems to be also exactly what other reporters are saying. John Thune said McConnell and him spoke yesterday. They had lengthy and substantive conversations on topics of national security. Senate GOP leaders say they've spoken with Senator McConnell on the phone for about 20 minutes. And we talked about Ukraine. Senator Barrasso and Senator McConnell had lengthy conversations this afternoon. Their call lasted roughly 20 minutes. It's the exact same thing. It's like a template that they sent out. I don't believe it. It's like, okay, if he's this with it, then why not just have him do a phone interview? He could call into this program. Why doesn't, if Mitch McConnell called into CNN right now, if he's this cogent and this sharp, just have him call into CNN.
So that's Benny Johnson. He gets the hunch. Obviously, the individuals who claim that they've been speaking with the senator are lying. Glenn Beck is another person who's demanding evidence. Let's take a quick look at that.
I had a 20-minute conversation with Mitch McConnell last night. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Okay? No, I didn't. Because I could have a conversation. I had a great 20-minute conversation with Joe Biden yesterday. And you know what it was? And you're wearing shoes today. That's nice. Your shoes. I'm wearing shoes today. You would have a 20-minute conversation with Joe Biden. You would have a 20-minute conversation with Mitch McConnell. But when did the GOP become the same people that we've been complaining about? Do you not remember what we've been saying for the last 5 years about people like, I just talked to Joe Biden. He's great. And now you're doing it? What's wrong with you?
Apparently, some on the right are starting to realize that we live under a uniparty. On one hand, Jake, I get the theory because we felt it ourselves when it came to Biden, when it came to Dianne Feinstein. But I wasn't fully black-pilled when I felt that fury, and now I am. And now I see Congress for what it is, which is a giant waste of our time and resources. They get nothing done. They're totally useless. The only thing they do is constantly put their stamp of approval on pork for their donors, and usually that's in the form of defense contractors, pharmaceutical companies, and oil companies, and Israel, of course. But aside from that, what have they done for us? When was the last time Congress legitimately did something that significantly benefited the lives of ordinary Americans?
Yeah. Well, I was so black-pilled against Joe Biden that I ran against him. I was like, this is insane. He's not functional. He's obviously senile. And everybody's like, oh, you're trying to help Donald Trump. I'm like, no, I'd like someone with a brain so that they can beat Donald Trump. No, we don't want to beat Donald Trump. Why don't you want to beat Donald Trump? Oh, no, you're supporting the senile guy. Oh, it's absurd. It's absurd. By the way, good people believe that. Why do they believe that? Because our entire system is structured to get you to bow your head to the powerful. So if you're, if Biden or Dianne Feinstein is senile or has dementia on the Democratic side, shut up. Don't ask any questions. Well, who's the president? Who's actually running the country? Who was the governor? Who was the senator from California? Right now, who's the senator from Kentucky? Because it isn't Mitch McConnell. Every time you ring the bell below, an angel gets his wings. Totally.
So many people dream of a smile that's not only functional, but also beautiful. A smile that allows you to feel confident in any situation.
Final question for me, because I'm very curious what you think. Now, Iran has made clear that their red line is Israel continuing its occupation of southern Lebanon, continuing to batter not just southern Lebanon. They keep going.
Hold on. Let me go here. I need for y'all to hit the like button. Just double tap the face of your phone. Or hit those three dots at the top right corner. Hold on. Yeah, that was some days ago. He didn't see it coming. Hold on.
Top appointee getting ready to betray him. Kevin Warsh, the chairman of the Federal Reserve, has
Lindsey Graham was perfectly about it. Would call into question
Hold on. Let's go.
Lindsey Graham was a perfectly revolting specimen, a poor excuse for a human being. I put it down to his repressed sexuality and the very murky alleyways into which that took him. I have no problem with him being gay, but he did have a problem being gay. That's why he had to use sex workers. That's why he used them sometimes in quite extreme circumstances. And he didn't just use them in America. He certainly used them in profusion in the Ukraine. And many people are wondering just exactly why a man who looked hell of a healthy, shaking hands with Zelensky not once but twice in the 48 hours before his death was announced in Washington, D.C., how a man who was touring a secret drone factory and handling the phallic drones as if they were something he frequently dreamt about, which...
It's not having access to 1 million industrial-grade products that's so amazing. It's the feeling of knowing you'll find one you need. Granger, for the...
Iraq.
Come to think of it, is quite possibly the case. How a man who looked and he frequently dreamt about, which, come to think of it, is quite possibly the case. How a man who looked and sounded so healthy could, within hours of his return to the United States, be said to have died. Did he die from a short illness? Well, it was a hell of a short illness, a matter of a few hours. What kind of medical terminology is that? Did he die of a heart attack? Which again, briefly, was the line coming out of Washington. Did he have a history of heart disease? Most people were extremely surprised to learn that Lindsey Graham had a heart at all. Did he die in some sex game gone bad? Auto asphyxiation, or the kind of things these people do? Did he have particularly rough sex somewhere in Washington or in
rough
Kiev?
Sex?
Did that contribute to his untimely demise? It was only the same age.
Yeah, but Vic, just a lot. They learned about all of that, how he really died.
So you can expect to see me again on Wednesday. Only God knows at the end of the day. Although Laurie Loomer, you know him? The American YouTuber and social media scribe. He thinks it was the Russians what done it. Other people are saying it was the Iranians what done it. Nobody's saying it was Donald Trump what done it, although if you ask me, Donald's quite lucky to get Lindsey Graham out of his hair. However much, maybe diplomatically, maybe there were fake tears that Donald was shedding on the television.
The same tears he shedded for Charlie Kirk.
That's what he said after all about the 35 million mourners of the Ayatollah Khamenei. Maybe they were fake tears. Well, maybe Donald's were fake tears because, as he pointed out in that same address, he is very determined to end the Russia-Ukraine war, and very quickly. As for Lindsey Graham, he said, I think he was rather more in favor of keeping the whole thing going. So Donald's not as stupid as he looks. Donald knew that Lindsey was definitely bent on keeping the whole thing going. All for Israel, of course, because as Lindsey Graham in what will be his epitaph pointed out, I'm not with you, he said, addressing the American people. I'm with Israel until my dying day. Well, that dying day has come.
That's exactly what he said.
He went out, as Netanyahu himself said, also with a bit of tears. Maybe they were fake tears also. Who knows in this hall of mirrors? But Netanyahu, just thinking, Lindsey Graham, hall of mirrors, oh my God. The Netanyahu said that Lindsey was his great personal friend and was undoubtedly the best friend of Israel in America. That's what he used to say about Donald Trump, but now it's Lindsey Graham. Who knows? It's an extremely mysterious thing. But I make no apology for saying, and I don't normally speak ill of the dead. I spoke fondly of Miss Anne Widdecombe following the foul murder which ended her life at the age of 78 just the other day in quite widely appreciated tribute. I don't automatically hate my political enemies. In fact, I sometimes hate my political friends more often than I hate my political enemies, but that's just me. Perhaps it's the Scottish in me. But the idea that Lindsey Graham should get a free pass just because he dropped down dead. Oh, sorry. Lindsey Graham is responsible for the shedding of the blood of millions of people. He enthusiastically was a foghorn for the American-British invasion of Iraq. Funnily enough, I've just been looking back at the videos of him at the time. He was much more fresh-faced then, of course, as we all were. But Lindsey, face contorted with hate, was telling us that Iraq was brimful of weapons of mass destruction, of chemical weapons, biological weapons, and was only weeks away from developing nuclear weapons with which they would threaten the United States itself. And if all that sounds familiar, well, just change one letter, Q for N. That's exactly what he did to help pave the way for the American-Israeli invasion of Iran and the slaying of thousands of people, most of them women and children, many of them small school children, murdered by tomahawk missiles, not one but two, or maybe three. Lindsey said that was cool. In fact, Lindsey advocated for the use of nuclear weapons to stop Iran getting a nuclear weapon. Work that one out. In fact, that wasn't the first time he'd called for nuclear weapons to be used by Donald Trump. He wanted them used in the Gaza Strip. Physics was not his strong point, you see. He didn't realize that the Gaza Strip is only 12 miles. And after 12 miles is Israel that he was with until his
Roy,
dying
go on
day.
with that stupid stuff.
He didn't know.
Shut up and listen and stop typing. Roy, chilling. Yeah, you just talking.
Systems. He didn't know that dropping a nuclear bomb on Gaza would make Israel.
We are losing the war.
Completely uninhabitable for the rest of time. So science, logic was not his strong point. No, his strong point was blood-curdling hate and hysteria against Israel's enemies that he worked tirelessly to make the enemies of the United States of America. He never even visited South Carolina. He couldn't give a toss about South Carolina. And I'm willing to bet that the voters in South Carolina, in what I hope will be a special election held very soon, will make clear exactly what they thought of Donald Trump.
I need for y'all to hit the like button.
Eulogies.
Look, let me tell y'all something. If y'all not hitting the like button, don't type in my comment section.
I probably spent too much time.
You hear me? Can y'all hear me? Don't type in my comment section if you can't hit the like button. Absolutely, William. All APEC. Bye. Get your ass on up out of here. And don't ever come back. Israel is genocide, absolutely. I said hit my like button or get out. Can y'all not hear me? Hit the like button or get out. It's just that simple. I'm waiting for the lights to go up. Oh my goodness.
Will be a special election held very soon, will make clear exactly what they thought of Donald Trump and J.D. Vance's eulogies to the departed Lindsey Graham. I've probably spent too much time on him, so let me turn to Mitch McConnell. Where is Mitch McConnell?
Where is Mitch?
Where is the other blood-soaked Republican politician, the senator for the great state of Kentucky? He's dead also. But like El Cid, they've strapped him onto a gurney and are keeping him there, artificially alive. Why? Because definitely in his case, I don't know about South Carolina, if he dies before August the 10th, there has to be a special election to elect a new senator for Kentucky. Guess who's waiting in the wings to stand in that special election? Thomas Massey, the man that Israel spent $32 million to defeat in the congressional seat primary just a few months ago. Thomas Massey is one of the most popular men in America. If Mitch McConnell is declared dead as opposed to just being dead, a dead parrot, then Thomas Massey's not just back. He's leapt from the Congress into the Senate and maybe into pole position as a candidate for president in a couple of years' time. So they're pretending that McConnell is still alive, even though he was taken out of his house in an orange body bag, very slowly, by the medics.
Yep, they called the ambulance.
Pumping his heart, or feeling for his pulse, for that pulse had long disappeared. That's the America that we've got today. That guy who's been brain dead for years.
Not
is
years.
Still drawing his Senate salary, even though he's brown bread. All to cheat the electors of Kentucky. Well, I hope that's not going to work. I hope the American doctors
favorite sports are on YouTube. Catch every
are
action-packed
more
moment.
ethical, have more
We do want to bring you
integrity
some breaking news
than
right now.
I hope the American system, such as it still exists, such as it has survived the depredations of Donald Trump's assault, will not allow that to persist for very much longer. Why am I interested in that? Because that flips the Senate, you see.
Right.
That means that Donald Trump, never mind in November, is already impeached. Now, of course, there's no guarantee that you'll get the 2/3 majority in the Senate required to remove him from office, although every plunge in the public opinion polls is going to make it much more likely that Republican senators will read the writing on the wall and cease their backing of their physically and mentally impaired president. What's the odds on that, by the way? What's the odds on America having 2 zombie presidents in a row? Joe Biden, he looks like a spring chicken compared to Donald Trump now. Trump's hands and arms are turning blue. His cheek's turning blue. His ear is turning blue. Not the one that was shot. That's still in pristine condition. You remember that in Butler? Whatever happened to that case? Why don't we know anything about the guy that fired the shot? Well, we do know that the furries are on trial for murdering Charlie Kirk, even though, to my mind, Candace Owens has already declared that trial null and void because she's found that Charlie Kirk was murdered by a Rode microphone, one of those ones they clip on to your shirt. I'm going to be much more careful. My wife pinned this on. She's the only one I'd allow to pin a microphone on me nowadays. Charlie Kirk's widow and the rest of America, or at least right-wing America, are still determined to blame the furry, the what do you call them, the trans campaigner. I forget his name, but he's the guy that fired a blunderbuss a few hundred yards, and a blunderbuss packing a piece of ammunition that would have stopped an elephant, but which didn't even pierce the neck at the back of Charlie Kirk. They're all still trying to tell us that a guy that was already in custody was at the same time, or even later, sending a more or less full confession to his friend over the internet. If you believe that, you'll believe anything, and I've got a bridge in London that I could sell you. Turning to the Persian Gulf, we're about to hear from the master, Professor Marandi, so I shan't second guess him. I'll just make this point. When Marco Rubio said today that the goal of the war was to return the status quo ante, that is to say, the status quo which existed before last summer when Donald Trump launched the war, I thought either he has taken leave of his senses or I have. Are you telling us that all these people have died? All this money has been burned? All this damage is coming down the pipe in the economies of the whole world so that you can achieve the situation that obtained before you began the war? How is it possible that sentient human beings can go on camera with a straight face and make that case? First of all, it was about regime change. Then it was about nuclear weapons. Now it's about turning the clock back to the situation that existed before the war. Why are people putting up with this? Why are journalists and broadcasters? Why are foreign politicians, if not American politicians, not highlighting this? Why isn't the European Union saying, wait a minute, you want us to support a war to take us back to the situation that existed before you began the war? What kind of war aims are these? Why isn't the so-called media, people who are paid to analyze and to report and to polemicize about such matters, are silent about it? For to be vocal about it would call into question how it was that they began this entire affair by cheering Donald Trump's war on and lying about the reasons for it. Professor Morandi, coming up right now. Stay tuned. It's the mother of all talk shows.
That feeling when you want to buy a new ride and
hold on. Hold on.
This is a breaking news alert. Lindsey
No.
Graham is...
No. That's not what I was trying to get to. Let me get over here then. Okay. It's right here.
You know, in all my years in the Oval Office, nothing ever concentrated the mind quite like a threat you could almost see from your own coastline. And I need you to sit with something for a moment, because the distance we're talking about tonight is 90 miles. That's it. 90 miles between Cuba and the state of Florida. Now look, as of this week, U.S. intelligence confirms that roughly 300 Iranian Shahed 136 kamikaze drones are sitting on that island. Each one carries over 100 pounds of explosives. flies over 1,000 miles.
Hit the like button.
And costs less than a used car to build. Miami, Tampa, Tallahassee, even Atlanta, all within range. And
Wait,
we'll come back
what?
to what that means in a moment. But here's the honest truth.
Hold on.
Iranian Shahed 136 kamikaze drones are sitting on that island. Each one carries over 100 pounds of explosives, flies over 1,000 miles, and costs less than a used car to build. Miami, Tampa, Tallahassee, even Atlanta, all within range. And we'll come back to what that means in a moment. But here's the honest truth. And I want to be careful how I say this, because this is not a partisan observation. This is an American one. The chain of decisions that brought us to this exact point, from the strike that killed Ayatollah Khomeini in February,
and backfired on them,
to the ceasefire that collapsed this week, to a president declaring 1,000 missiles locked and loaded on social media at midnight, that chain matters. Every link in it matters. Because how a nation responds to danger tells you everything about whether its institutions are holding or whether they're being held hostage to impulse. And that, my friends, that's what I want to walk through with you tonight. Now, to understand what we're looking at, you've got to go back a bit. On February 28, 2026, the United States and Israel carried out joint strikes on Tehran that killed Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran for over 3 decades. I want you to think about that for a second. A sitting head of state assassinated. That changed everything. It unleashed a full-scale war, closed the Strait of Hormuz, sent oil prices through the roof, and plunged the region into the worst crisis since the Gulf War. By April, both sides were exhausted enough to agree to a ceasefire. By June 17th, they signed a memorandum of understanding at Versailles, 60 days to negotiate a nuclear deal. And for about 3 weeks, there was a fragile, imperfect calm. But here's where the Cuba piece comes in, and it matters enormously. Those Shahed drones didn't arrive last week. According to Axios, they'd been transferred from Iran and Russia to Cuba over a period of years, going back to at least 2023. I know something about Cuba policy. I dealt with the 1994 refugee crisis, the Helms-Burton Act, the constant tension of having a hostile government 90 miles from Key West. And I'll tell you, the slow, quiet transfer of 300 attack drones to that island should have set off every alarm in Washington long before now. And that's a failure that belongs to more than one administration. Let me tell you something. When Jeb Bush stood up at the Biltmore Hotel in Coral Gables on July 8th, next to a recovered Shahed 136 drone, that was a visual I don't think any of us should forget. This is a weapon that weighs over 100 pounds in explosives, flies at 115 miles an hour, travels over 1,000 miles, and costs less than a used car to manufacture. It is, as Congressman Carlos Jimenez said that day, the face of modern warfare. Now, Jeb praised the president. He said, and I'll give him his exact words, "We have decimated Iran's capability to make mischief in the region." And I'm not going to dismiss that. The strikes on Iran's drone production infrastructure were militarily significant. That's a fact. But here's what we've got to be honest about. Those 300 drones in Cuba were transferred before this conflict even began. The military campaign in the Middle East didn't prevent this particular threat from landing in our hemisphere. That distinction matters. Ambassador Waltz went to the UN on July 7th and called Cuba a national security threat, citing Chinese and Russian intelligence posts still operating on the island. And he's not wrong about that either. Those facilities have been there for years under multiple administrations. So when we talk about who let this happen, the honest answer is we all had a hand in it. Now look, this is where I need to speak carefully.
Viking Kings, none of those young ladies said that he messed with minors.
The decision to strike Khamenei in February was the single most consequential foreign policy choice any president has made since the Iraq invasion. I ordered strikes myself. Operation Desert Fox in 1998, Kosovo in 99. And I will tell you every one of...
I need for y'all to hit those 3 dots at the top right corner and get the likes up. It's 187 people in here. I need for y'all to wipe your feet if you're going to ear hustle and hit the like button or leave. You know, the option is yours. Gotta have options. Right? Come on, y'all, hit the like button. It's too late for all of that now. I'm gonna shut it down.
Those decisions cost you intelligence
shut it down.
Still operating on the island. And he's not wrong about that either. Those facilities have been there for years under multiple administrations. So when we talk about who let this happen, the honest answer is we all had a hand in it. Now look, this is where I need to speak carefully because I'm going to be critical, but I want to be fair. The decision to strike Khamenei in February was the single most consequential foreign policy choice any president has made since the Iraq invasion. I ordered strikes myself. Operation Desert Fox in 1998, Kosovo in 99. And I will tell you every one of those decisions costs you sleep and carries consequences you can't fully predict. So I understand the weight. But here's the honest truth. The way you communicate during a crisis is not decoration, it is policy. When the president posts on Truth Social at midnight that 1,000 missiles are locked and loaded aimed at Iran, when he says he'll completely decimate and destroy all areas of the country and signs it, "Praise be to Allah," that is not deterrence. That is provocation dressed up as strength. And when he tells reporters, "I'm their #1 target," and leaves instructions to bomb them at levels they've never seen if something happens to him,
right,
I understand the threat is real. Israeli intelligence confirmed a specific new assassination plot this week. But a president framing a national security crisis around his personal survival changes the entire dynamic. It makes diplomacy harder, it inflames the other side, and it turns a geopolitical confrontation into a personal vendetta. That's not how institutions are supposed to work. We've got to remember something fundamental about this country. We built a system of checks and balances precisely for moments like this, when emotions are high, when the threats are real, and when the temptation to act on impulse is at its strongest. That's when the system is supposed to hold. And right now, I'm not sure it is. The ceasefire didn't collapse through a formal National Security Council process. It collapsed because the president declared it over on July 7th and a NATO press conference in Ankara. Within hours, we were striking 80 plus targets. By July 12th, that number was 140. All while the 60-day window of the Versailles Memorandum was still open. Congress passed a war powers resolution, both chambers, including Republican votes, and the president called it poorly timed and meaningless. The Secret Service had to switch him from the new Qatar-gifted Air Force One to the older plane mid-trip because it lacked missile defenses.
Yeah, he's scared.
Our Gulf allies, Qatar, Kuwait, Oman, are getting hit by Iranian retaliatory strikes while simultaneously trying to mediate peace talks. And here's what I notice. Even Jeb Bush, while praising the military campaign, pivoted immediately to the Cuba drone threat. That's a Republican signaling in his own careful way that bravado alone isn't enough. When even your allies are trying to redirect the conversation toward unfinished business, that tells you something about the state of the strategy. Now, I spent my whole career reading the politics underneath the policy, and I want to be transparent with you about what I see here. Jeb Bush, the man Donald Trump humiliated in the 2016 primaries, called low energy, mocked on national television, stood before cameras this week and praised this president's Iran campaign. That's not nothing. That's a significant political gesture. But notice what Bush actually did. He praised the military action, then immediately raised the alarm about 300 drones in Cuba. He was saying two things at once. Credit where it's earned, but this threat exists on your watch, or at least wasn't neutralized on it. That's sophisticated political communication. Ambassador Waltz, meanwhile, used Cuba as both a genuine security concern and a political frame. Communism, hemisphere, Florida voters, the whole architecture of a midterm argument. And the assassination threats against the president are being deployed the same way. They are absolutely real. And they are also being packaged as a narrative that casts him as a wartime leader under personal fire. I say this without cynicism. Democratic accountability requires us to see both the genuine danger and the political architecture being built around it. Because when a nation can't distinguish between a security response and a political performance, it loses the ability to evaluate either one honestly. Let me be honest with you about what I think happens next. And I'll give you several possibilities, because the truth is, nobody knows for sure.
That's a fact.
First, there's still a narrow path to diplomacy. Pakistan and Qatar have been mediating. Oman drafted a proposal to manage Strait of Hormuz traffic, and technical talks were reportedly ongoing, even as strikes were landing. The 60-day window from the Versailles deal hasn't fully closed. But after 140 targets hit on July 12th, after Iran closed the strait again, that path is getting narrower by the hour. Second, escalation. Iran retaliates asymmetrically through proxies, through the assassination plots, or possibly by activating the Cuba drone capability. 300 Shaheeds pointed at Florida is not a theoretical concern anymore. It's a homeland security variable we haven't faced since October 1962.
Oh, wow.
And I draw that comparison carefully, but deliberately. Third, regional contagion. Kuwait, Qatar, Oman, Jordan, they're all taking fire now. Gulf state oil infrastructure is being hit. Global energy markets are already shaking. A wider conflagration pulls in actors and consequences none of us can fully predict. Fourth, and this is what I'd work toward, a back channel off-ramp, probably through new intermediaries, possibly involving parties we haven't heard from yet. Every war I've studied eventually finds the negotiating table. The question is, how much damage gets done first? You know, I've lived long enough and served long enough to know that America always faces these crossroads. We faced it during the missile crisis. We faced it after September.
Yo, it's 176, 159. I need for y'all to double tap the face of your phone. If that's how you're listening, you're ear hustling on your phone, just double tap. Do that for me. If you haven't already hit the like button, double tap. If you're on your computer or your TV, if you're on your TV, hit the like button. If you're on your computer, hit those three dots at the top right corner. And if you just absolutely refuse to do that, then get your ass up out of here. Go somewhere else where you're okay with hitting the like button. But don't you dare sit your ass over here and not hit the like button. It's rude and disrespectful. Your mama didn't teach you no home trainers. You ain't got no manners. So you one of them type, rebellious ass people. Yeah. You're not welcome here. Get your ass on up out of here. Hurry up. Hurry up. It's almost 1 o'clock. Yeah. Get your ass on up out of here. I'm gonna back up because you ain't stopping shit.
Closed. But after 140 targets hit on July 12th, after Iran closed the strait again, that path is getting narrower by the hour. Second, escalation. Iran retaliates asymmetrically through proxies, through the assassination plots, or possibly by activating the Cuba drone capability. 300 Shaheds pointed at Florida is not a theoretical concern anymore. It's a homeland security variable we haven't faced since October 1962. And I draw that comparison carefully, but deliberately. Third, regional contagion. Kuwait, Qatar, Oman, Jordan, they're all taking fire now. Gulf state oil infrastructure is being hit. Global energy markets are already shaking. A wider conflagration pulls in actors and consequences none of us can fully predict. Fourth, and this is what I'd work toward, a back channel off-ramp, probably through new intermediaries, possibly involving parties we haven't heard from yet. Every war I've studied eventually finds the negotiating table. The question is, how much damage gets done first? You know, I've lived long enough and served long enough to know that America always faces these crossroads. We faced it during the missile crisis. We faced it after September. We're facing it now. And the question is never really about the threat. The threats are always real. The question is about us, about what kind of country we choose to be and the response. A republic, and I mean this with everything I have, a republic is only as strong as its capacity to deliberate, to debate, and to decide together, not to be governed by a social media post at midnight, not to have foreign policy reduced to personal grievance, and not to abandon diplomacy because it's harder than dropping ordnance. I worked across the aisle with Newt Gingrich. We balanced budgets together. We didn't agree on much, but we agreed that the process mattered, that institutions mattered, that the country was bigger than any one of us. The drones in Cuba are real. The assassination threats are real. The Strait of Hormuz is in crisis. These are exactly the moments that require America at its most disciplined, most united, most institutionally sound. And I will tell you, the American people have always been smarter and braver than their worst moments. I still believe that. And I think. Now I want you to listen to me carefully, because what I'm about to share with you isn't just another political headline. This is one of those moments that doesn't come with sirens or breaking news music. It comes with a knock on a reporter's front door on a Friday evening. Last night, Friday, July 11, 2026, federal agents showed up at the homes of 4 New York Times journalists.
Oh, wow.
They handed them grand jury subpoenas. These reporters, Julian Barnes, Eric Lipton, Tyler Pager, and Eric Schmidt, committed no crime.
Oh, wow.
They did what reporters have done since this republic was founded. They published a story the government didn't want you to read. Now look, I've been on the other end of the press. I know what it feels like when the papers get it wrong, when the coverage hurts, when you want to pick up the phone and say something you'll regret. I had plenty of those mornings in the White House. But let me tell you something. Even in those moments, I understood something fundamental about this country. The minute the government starts using the machinery of federal law enforcement to silence journalists who embarrass the president, something essential about America begins to die. Not with a bang, quietly. And that's what makes it so dangerous. There are 3 layers to this story most people haven't seen yet. The security failure, the retaliation, and the pattern. And we'll come back to each one, because they matter more together than apart. Before we talk about subpoenas and grand juries, we've got to talk about what triggered all of this. Because the story these reporters published wasn't gossip. It was about whether the President of the United States was flying in a safe airplane. Here's what happened. Qatar, a foreign government, gifted President Trump a Boeing 747-8 valued at around $400 million. The defense contractor L3 Harris was given 10 months to retrofit it into Air Force One. They had roughly 400 employees working around the clock. Now, the old Air Force One, the one presidents have used for decades, has battle-tested anti-missile systems, hardened wiring to survive a nuclear electromagnetic pulse, mid-air refueling capability. Aviation experts told multiple outlets a proper retrofit of the Qatari jet
Lights
would
up,
cost
I'm shutting
over
it off.
$1 billion and take years. One military aviation consultant called the timeline, and I quote, laughable. So President Trump flew this new plane to a NATO summit in Turkey right as the ceasefire with Iran collapsed and airstrikes were being exchanged. The Secret Service then advised him to fly home on the older plane instead. Reporters on board were told to keep their window shades down leaving Ankara. When asked why, the president said it was because of the, quote, sleazebags in Iran. So the question isn't whether journalists should have reported this. The question is, why was this plane put into service before it was ready? And we'll come back to that. Let me walk you through the mechanics of what happened, step by step, because the details matter. On Friday evening, federal agents delivered grand jury subpoenas to the homes of 4 New York Times reporters. The subpoenas order them to testify next Wednesday before a grand jury in Manhattan. But here's what's striking. The subpoenas are vague. They cite only an alleged violation of federal criminal law, no specific statute, no specific classified document, just a demand to appear. These subpoenas were issued by Jay Clayton, the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, a man President Trump just nominated to become the next Director of National Intelligence. We'll come back to Mr. Clayton in a moment, because that matters. Now, before the original story ran, a senior FBI official grand jury subpoenas
I need for y'all to hit the like button.
New York Times reporters. The subpoenas order them to testify next Wednesday before a grand jury in Manhattan. But here's what's striking. The subpoenas are vague. They cite only an alleged violation of federal criminal law, no specific statute, no specific classified document, just a demand to appear. These subpoenas were issued by Jay Clayton, the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, a man President Trump just nominated to become the next Director of National Intelligence. We'll come back to Mr. Clayton in a moment, because that matters. Now, before the original story ran, a senior FBI official contacted the Times and asked them to kill it.
To kill it. Do y'all know how to hit the like button? Do y'all know where it's at? Double tap the face of your phone. Yep, I'm waiting for y'all to go ahead and leave. Just that's 122 people in here. I need 122, 108 likes. I need for y'all to drop the hell down if you can't hit the like button. And I'm backing it back up since y'all playing in my face. Let's go. Next time, I'm cutting it off. I don't care how many people in here. Let's go.
Flying in a safe airplane. Here's what happened. Qatar, because the story these reporters published wasn't gossip. It was about whether the President of the United States was flying in a safe airplane. Here's what happened. Qatar, a foreign government, gifted President Trump a Boeing 747-8 valued at around $400 million. The defense contractor L3 Harris was given 10 months to retrofit it into Air Force One. They had roughly 400 employees working around the clock. Now, the old Air Force One, the one presidents have used for decades, has battle-tested anti-missile systems, hardened wiring to survive a nuclear electromagnetic pulse, mid-air refueling capability. Aviation experts told multiple outlets a proper retrofit of the Qatari jet could cost over $1 billion and take years. One military aviation consultant called the timeline, and I quote, laughable. So President Trump flew this new plane to a NATO summit in Turkey right as the ceasefire with Iran collapsed and airstrikes were being exchanged. The Secret Service then advised him to fly home on the older plane instead. Reporters on board were told to keep their window shades down leaving Ankara. When asked why, the president said it was because of the, quote, sleazebags in Iran. So the question isn't whether journalists should have reported this. The question is, why was this plane put into service before it was ready? And we'll come back to that. Let me walk you through the mechanics of what happened, step by step, because the details matter. On Friday evening, federal agents delivered grand jury subpoenas to the homes of 4 New York Times reporters. The subpoenas order them to testify next Wednesday before a grand jury in Manhattan. But here's what's striking. The subpoenas are vague. They cite only an alleged violation of federal criminal law, no specific statute, no specific classified document, just a demand to appear. These subpoenas were issued by Jay Clayton, the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, a man President Trump just nominated to become the next Director of National Intelligence. We'll come back to Mr. Clayton in a moment, because that matters. Now, before the original story ran, a senior FBI official contacted the Times and asked them to kill it, citing national security. But when the paper asked what the specific national security concern was, the official declined to say. The Times' top lawyer, David McCraw, called the subpoenas a brazen act meant to intimidate journalists and prevent the public from knowing what is happening in their country. CNN reported that FBI Director Kash Patel was at the White House that same Friday to discuss the leak investigation. He then spoke with the president by phone. Multiple sources told CNN that Trump had been, quote, fuming and embarrassed by the coverage. So ask yourself a simple question. Was this about protecting national security, or was it about protecting someone's pride? Now here's where things start to get complicated, because what happened Friday didn't come out of nowhere. This is part of a pattern, and the pattern is what should concern every American, regardless of party. In January 2026, FBI agents searched the home of Washington Post reporter Hannah Natanson. They seized her phone, 2 laptops, and even her Garmin watch. Her reporting? She'd been covering Trump's war on the civil service. In April 2025, Attorney General Bondi formally rescinded Biden-era protections, the Garland reforms, that had barred prosecutors from compelling journalists to reveal their sources. That opened the floodgates. In May 2026, CNN reported that President Trump literally wrote the word treason on a sticky note, placed it on a stack of printed news articles, and handed it to Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. That's how the order to subpoena Wall Street Journal reporters was delivered. In June, the DOJ issued grand jury subpoenas to Washington Post and Wall Street Journal reporters, then quietly withdrew them after sealed legal challenges. And now in July, the same playbook is deployed against the New York Times. But this time, the subpoenas have not been withdrawn. I've been around politics long enough to know when someone keeps pushing the same boundary, they're not experimenting. They're building a precedent. Test, retreat, test again harder. That's not law enforcement, that's a strategy. Now let me tell you what really worries me. And it's not just the headlines. It's what happens underneath, where nobody's paying attention. When journalists can be hauled before a grand jury for doing their jobs, the first thing that breaks is the relationship between reporters and their sources. Those sources aren't political operatives, they're government employees, career civil servants, the people who catch waste, fraud, danger, and corruption from the inside. If those people believe a reporter can be compelled to name them under oath, they stop talking. And when they stop talking, the public goes blind. The National Press Club said it plainly. Journalists cannot effectively serve the public if sources believe reporters may be forced into the role of government witnesses. That's not partisan. That's a fact about how democracy works. The second thing that breaks is the meaning of national security. The Bondi memo doesn't just target classified leaks. It references sensitive and privileged information. The president's own memorandum calls certain leaks treasonous. Seth Stern at the Freedom of the Press Foundation put it best. When the government claims it needs to investigate journalists to protect national security, it really means its own reputational security. And the third thing that breaks is trust in the justice system itself. When prosecutors are perceived as politically weaponized, judges lose confidence, juries lose confidence, and the public loses faith. If the courts don't trust the prosecutors and the public doesn't trust the courts, what exactly are we left with? Now I want to focus on the man who signed those subpoenas, Jay Clayton, because his story tells you something important about how power is being used right now. Jay Clayton is a corporate securities lawyer. He was chairman of the SEC during Trump's first term. He is not and has never been a career prosecutor. CBS News reported that he came into the role of U.S. attorney without experience in criminal law. His specialty was capital raising and mergers and acquisitions at Sullivan and Cromwell. And yet, President Trump placed him atop one of the most powerful prosecutorial offices in America, the Southern District of New York. Now here's the part that should make you sit up in your chair. Just weeks before issuing subpoenas against reporters who embarrassed the president, Clayton was nominated by Trump to become the next director of national intelligence, the person who oversees all 18 U.S. intelligence agencies. That is an extraordinary sequence of events. Now, I want to be fair. Maybe it's coincidence. But in my experience in government, the timing of things is rarely accidental. When you issue subpoenas that serve the president's interest, and then you get nominated for one of the most powerful intelligence positions in the country, reasonable people are going to draw reasonable conclusions. There used to be a bipartisan consensus in this country that federal prosecutors and intelligence directors serve the Constitution, not the occupant of the Oval Office. That consensus is eroding, and that should worry everyone. Let me tell you what I think comes next, because I've spent enough years in government to understand how institutional dynamics work once they're set in motion. If these subpoenas stand and those reporters are compelled to testify, it establishes a precedent that the federal government can use grand jury power to identify sources inside the government who expose legitimate security failures. That doesn't protect classified operations. It criminalizes accountability. If the Times fights and wins, This administration will likely try again with a different target. The pattern already proves that. And if Congress does nothing, if they fail to pass a federal shield law, which, by the way, every state except Wyoming has in some form, but Congress has never enacted at the federal level, then journalists remain permanently vulnerable to this kind of pressure. But here's the dimension most people miss: the foreign policy cost. What do you think our allies think when they see the American government subpoenaing its own journalists? What do you think our adversaries think? I spent years building relationships with foreign leaders based on the argument that America was different, that we had a free press, independent courts, accountable government. Every one of these actions makes that argument harder to make. And let me say one more thing that both parties need to hear. Whatever power you build for your side today, the other side gets to use tomorrow. That has always been true, and it always will be. Let me close with this, because I don't want to leave you only with worry. I want to leave you with something honest. The tension between national security and press freedom is real. It's old. I dealt with it myself. There were moments in my presidency where leaks frustrated me, where stories felt irresponsible, where I wanted the press to understand what they couldn't see. And I do believe that genuine classified leaks that endanger lives should be investigated through proper, lawful channels, with oversight, with accountability. But here's the honest truth. There is a world of difference between protecting classified operations and punishing reporters because a story made someone look bad. And the American people are smart enough to know the difference. When agents show up at a reporter's door, not because national security was truly compromised, but because the president was embarrassed, that's not law enforcement. That's intimidation. So I'm asking you, citizens, lawmakers of both parties, the legal community, pay attention to this. Support a federal shield law. Demand accountability from the Department of Justice. Remember that the First Amendment is not a favor the government grants to the press. It is a right the people hold against the government. I've spent my whole life believing that America's best days are always ahead, but that's not automatic. It takes people who care enough to protect what makes this country worth believing in. And a free press, even when it makes life difficult for the people in charge, that is one of the things that makes this country.
It makes them honest. Make them remain honest. Or if they're not, it makes them become honest. Which one is that one? Hold on.
You know, I want to talk to you tonight about something that happened this week that I think most Americans probably didn't hear about. And I believe when you understand what it means, you're going to be concerned. Not panicked, but concerned. Because this week, the Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, flew to Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, sat down with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and the two of them signed over $1 billion in commercial agreements. 13 deals: mining, energy, defense, artificial intelligence, health technology, infrastructure. Now that's a lot of ground to cover in one visit, and we'll come back to why that matters in a moment. But here's what I want you to think about first. This was the first time a Canadian Prime Minister visited Saudi Arabia in 26 years.
They're doing deals
26
around
years.
the U.S. Around
So you've
Trump.
got to ask yourself a simple question. What changed? What made Canada decide that right now, in the middle of everything else going on in the world, this was the trip they had to take? And the answer, if you're being honest about it, leads you straight back to Washington, D.C. It leads you straight back to us. Now look, let me set the table here so we're all working with the same facts. Canada is our neighbor, our closest ally, our largest trading partner. We share the longest undefended border in the world. When I was president, we worked together on NAFTA, and whatever you thought about every provision in that agreement, the principle behind it was sound. You build prosperity by building partnerships. You create jobs by opening markets. You strengthen your security by strengthening your friendships. And for decades, that's exactly what the United States and Canada did. Roughly 70 to 75% of everything Canada exports goes to the United States. Think about that number. 3/4 of their entire export economy depends on us. That's not just trade, that's integration. That's two countries whose factories, whose supply chains, whose workers, whose families are woven together at the deepest level. And the reason that worked is because both sides trusted it would continue. Businesses invested based on that trust. Communities grew based on that trust. And now I'm watching that trust get tested in ways I never thought I'd see between these two countries. Here's what's been happening since the...
I say, are y'all enjoying the tea, the information? I need for y'all to hit the like button. It's just 3 dots. It's not going to cost you a thing. Now, if you want to send a cash app, you can. To stop me from stopping, you can most definitely send a cash app to $AunTeaFee, and I will most definitely stop stopping. But if you can't afford to send a cash app to show support and appreciation, then hit the like button. Those are the only options I have for you. So what is it gonna do? Y'all gonna hit the like button? Are you ready for me to end it? Can y'all hear me? Oh, okay. Maybe y'all can't hear me. Can you hear me now? I said hit the like button or leave. Yeah, let them leave. I need about 30 more of y'all to get out or hit the like button. Get out. Go someplace else and be disruptive and rude and disrespectful. Get your ass up out of here. I'm sick of looking at y'all, listening, and not hitting the like button. Get your ass out. Go someplace else. Go over there where they lying.
administration, the United States has imposed 25% tariffs on Canadian steel, aluminum, and copper, covered under our own trade agreement. Lumber got hit with a 10% tariff. And then on July 1st, just days before Prime Minister Carney got on that plane to Saudi Arabia, the Trump administration officially refused to renew the USMCA, the very trade agreement that President Trump himself negotiated in his first term. He called it, and I'm paraphrasing here, the best agreement we've ever made. Now he says he doesn't know if he wants it at all. He said, and this is the part that should make every American pause, that we don't need anything Canada has. We don't need anything Mexico has. Now, I understand the frustration with trade deficits. I dealt with trade deficits. Every president does. But there's a difference between renegotiating the terms of a partnership and telling your partner you don't need them anymore. And this is where things start to get complicated. Because when you tell your closest ally that you don't need them, they start believing you.
Yeah,
when
and they move on.
They start looking for someone who does need them.
Right.
That's exactly what happened in Jeddah. Prime Minister Carney didn't go to Saudi Arabia because he woke up one morning and decided the Middle East was more interesting than Michigan. He went because the tariffs are squeezing Canadian industry. He went because the USMCA, the framework that was supposed to give businesses on both sides of the border certainty for 16 years, just got thrown into an annual review process that could last until 2036. He went because when you're a leader and your country's largest economic relationship is being destabilized, you have a responsibility to find alternatives. And I'll be honest with you, if I were in his position, I'd probably be doing the same thing. Now, does that mean I think everything about this deal is perfect? No. There are serious questions about partnering this closely with Saudi Arabia. The human rights record is well documented. The diplomatic crisis in 2018, when Saudi Arabia expelled the Canadian ambassador over human rights criticism, that wasn't ancient history. Carney himself acknowledged this tension when he said, and I think this is important, that engaging with a country doesn't mean you agree with everything they do. He said lecturing from afar is satisfying but ineffective. That's a pragmatic position. I understand it. But it also represents a shift in how democracies talk about values in their foreign policy. And we should be clear-eyed about what's driving that shift. It's not that Canada suddenly stopped caring about human rights. It's that Canada is responding to economic pressure that's coming from us. Now let me tell you what worries me about the bigger picture here. Because this isn't just about one trip and one set of agreements. This is about what happens to American influence when we treat our alliances like they're disposable. When I was in the White House, I spent a lot of time thinking about institutional architecture. Not because it was glamorous, but because it's the scaffolding that holds everything together. Trade agreements, military alliances, diplomatic channels, these aren't just pieces of paper. They're the infrastructure of American leadership. And when you start pulling out the bricks, even if you think you're just renovating, the whole structure gets weaker. What Canada is doing right now, signing deals with Saudi Arabia, negotiating with China, launching trade talks with India, Indonesia, the UAE, building new relationships across the Gulf. This is a rational response to an irrational situation. Canada's 2025 federal budget committed to doubling
Are y'all still here? My comment section is not moving. So are y'all still here? What time is it? Can y'all still hear?
exports to non-U.S. markets over the next decade. They put
Can y'all hear? Can the other 114 people that's ear hustling, can you hear? The 113. Can you hear? Yeah. And don't come back.
$1 billion behind trade infrastructure to reach global markets. They are systematically, deliberately reducing their dependence on the United States. And here's what I need you to understand. Once those relationships are built, once those supply chains redirect, once Canadian mining companies are embedded in Saudi Vision 2030 projects, once Canadian pension funds are investing in Riyadh instead of New York, that business doesn't just come back because we change our mind. Markets have memory. And right now we're teaching our closest partner that our market comes with too much risk. Let me talk about the strategic implications for a moment, because there's a dimension to this that goes beyond economics. Saudi Arabia has a sovereign wealth fund worth over $1 trillion. They're not just buying Canadian expertise. They're investing in a post-American economic architecture. When Mark Carney brings a delegation of Canadian pension funds to Saudi Arabia, when they sign memorandums of understanding on defense cooperation, when Canada agrees to establish a resident defense attaché in Riyadh, when they're talking about joint AI development, clean energy partnerships, critical mineral supply chains, what you're watching is the construction of a parallel set of relationships that doesn't run through Washington. And it's not just Canada. Countries all over the world are doing the same calculation. The European Union is diversifying. Japan is diversifying. South Korea, Australia, everyone is hedging. And the common thread in every single one of those decisions is the same. They're hedging against us,
Right.
against our tariffs, against our unpredictability, against the possibility that the United States might decide tomorrow that the deal it made yesterday doesn't count anymore. Now, some people will say this is leverage. They'll say the tariffs are working because they're forcing better deals. But let me tell you something from experience. Leverage works when the other side believes you'll eventually make a deal they can live with. When they stop believing that, it's not leverage anymore. It's just pressure. And pressure without a clear destination doesn't produce better agreements. It produces exits. So what happens next? Well, here's what I think we're likely to see. The USNCA is going to enter this annual review process. And every year there's going to be uncertainty. Businesses on both sides of the border are going to hold back investment because they don't know what the rules will be 12 months from now. Canada is going to continue diversifying aggressively. The Saudi relationship will deepen. The deals they signed this week in mining, energy, AI, defense, those are frameworks that will be filled in over the next several years. Canada is also negotiating investment protection agreements, working toward a possible free trade agreement with Saudi Arabia, and building air transport links, 14 weekly passenger flights between the two countries. Meanwhile, Canada and China struck an initial tariff deal earlier this year, and Beijing is talking about doubling Canadian exports to China by 2030. Canada is also in trade talks with India, Indonesia, and the Mercosur bloc in South America. What you're seeing is not a country throwing a tantrum. You're seeing a country building an entire alternative economic architecture, brick by brick.
Moving
And
right
every
on
brick
around.
they lay is one that used to be in our wall. The question for the United States is whether we're going to keep watching this happen or whether we're going to recognize that the way we've been treating our closest economic partner is creating exactly the outcome we should be trying to prevent. And that brings me to what I really want to leave you with tonight. I've lived long enough and served long enough to know that the strength of the United States has never come from telling other countries they need us more than we need them. Our strength came from building a world where working with us was the best option available, where our markets were open, our agreements were reliable, our word was good. That's what made American leadership possible. Not just our military power, not just the size of our economy, but the fact that when you made a deal with the United States of America, it meant something. It lasted. It created a foundation that people could build on. What I see happening right now is a slow erosion of that foundation. And the Canada-Saudi deal is a symptom, not the disease. The disease is the idea that we can bully our way to prosperity, that we can impose tariffs on our friends and then be surprised when they find new friends, that we can refuse to renew our own trade agreement and then wonder why our neighbor is signing billion-dollar deals with someone else.
Absolutely.
America has corrected course before. We've made mistakes and come back stronger. I believe we can do it again. But it starts with understanding that alliances aren't a weakness. They're the source of our strength. And every time we push a friend away, we don't become more independent. We become more alone. And a more alone America is not a stronger America. It never has been. We've got to remember that. You know, most of the things that truly change a country don't arrive with sirens blaring. They come quietly. A memo, an email, a Thursday afternoon decision that most Americans won't hear about until the damage is already underway. Now look, I've been around this business a long time. You know, in all my years in the Oval Office, nothing ever concentrated the mind quite like a threat you could almost see from your own coastline. And I need you to sit with something for a moment, because the distance we're talking about tonight is 90 miles.
Thank you.
That's it.
Javon.
90 miles between Cuba and the state of Florida. Now look, as of this week, U.S. intelligence confirms that roughly 300 Iranian Shahed 136 kamikaze drones are sitting on that island. Each one carries over 100 pounds of explosives, flies over 1,000 miles, and costs less than a used car to build. Miami, Tampa, Tallahassee, even Atlanta, all within range.
We heard this
and we'll come back to what that means in a moment. But here's the honest truth. And I want to be careful how I say this, because this is not a partisan observation. This is an American one. The chain of decisions that brought us to this exact point, from the strike that killed Ayatollah Khomeini in February, to the ceasefire that collapsed this week, to a president declaring 1,000 missiles locked and loaded on social media at midnight, that chain matters.
Yeah, we listened to that one earlier, so the other one.
You know, most of the things that truly change a country don't arrive with sirens blaring. They come quietly. A memo, an email, a Thursday afternoon decision that most Americans won't hear about until the damage is already underway.
Yeah.
Now look, I've been around this business a long time. Long enough to know that when a president fires every single member of a bipartisan federal commission 4 months before a national election, that's not routine housekeeping.
Okay, yeah.
That's a signal.
Have y'all heard this one? Because I have.
On July the 9th, 2026,
I can shut
President
this
Trump
off.
terminated all 3 remaining commissioners of the U.S. Election Assistance Commission, the only federal agency whose sole job is helping states run fair, secure elections. 2 of them, Thomas Hicks and Benjamin Hovland, learned they pulled them out when he realized they'd been handed a gun. He sent them to guard a birthday party. He pulled them out when he realized they'd been handed a gun and a badge. This week, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz ordered his state's National Guard troops out of Washington, D.C., early, ahead of schedule, after they were spotted doing something he says he never authorized. Patrolling residential neighborhoods far from the monuments they were sent to protect, doing the same kind of work as the troops embedded in President Trump's year-long federal crackdown on the Capitol. Walz had sent those troops with one specific written instruction: help with the America 250 celebrations near the national monuments. Nothing more. But according to the reporting, his Guard members ended up on what are called presence patrols in neighborhoods well away from the National Mall. And every state Guard member on the task force's own list had been deputized as a special police officer by the U.S. Marshals Service and issued a firearm.
Oh, wow.
So he pulled them. And in
Wow.
doing so, Walls cracked open a genuinely revealing story. One about trust, about a line that got blurred, and about a group of Democratic governors who thought they could send troops to a party without becoming part of something much bigger and much more controversial. Today we're going to unpack all of it, what these troops were actually sent to do, what they ended up doing, why several Democratic governors are now scrambling to get their people out, and what this entire episode reveals about a much larger fight over the militarization of an American city. Let's break it down. The backdrop, a city under occupation style deployment. To understand why pulling out 100 troops became national news, you need the backdrop, because this didn't start last week. It started nearly a year ago. In August of 2025, President Trump deployed the National Guard to Washington, D.C. as part of a federal task force. The stated mission, fight crime, and in the administration's language, beautify the city. It was formalized through a presidential executive order, creating what's called the Safe and Beautiful Task Force. Trump also, briefly, took control of the city's local police department. Now, here's a detail worth pausing on, because it's central to the criticism. The administration justified this deployment as a response to a crime emergency, but according to the reporting, crime in D.C. was already trending downward when the troops arrived. That gap between the stated emergency and the actual crime data is a big part of why constitutional and legal experts, along with activists, have described this deployment not as ordinary law enforcement assistance, but as something more troubling, what critics call an anti-democratic use of the U.S. military inside an American city. And this has not been a brief or symbolic presence. For months, thousands of armed National Guard troops, drawn from nearly 24 states, have been patrolling residential and commercial neighborhoods across the Capitol. These troops have done a wide range of things, responded to medical emergencies, assisted with arrests, helped local police enforce the city's juvenile curfew, carried out beautification projects, even helped with snow removal during a major storm this past January. For most of that time, the deployment held steady at somewhere between 2,300 and 2,600 troops. Here's the constitutional weight of what that represents. The United States has a deep, founding-era suspicion of using the military for domestic policing. The whole idea of soldiers patrolling the streets of an American city, enforcing curfews and assisting arrests, cuts against a principle Americans have held for centuries, that the military defends the nation from external threats while civilian police handle law and order at home. That's the backdrop against which everything else in this story unfolds. A capital city that has for nearly a year looked in places more like a city under military guard than a normal American town. It's worth understanding why Washington, D.C. specifically is where this is happening, because it's not an accident. Unlike the 50 states, D.C. is not a state, it's a federal district, and its National Guard answers uniquely to the president rather than to a governor. That gives a president far more direct control over the Guard in D.C. than anywhere else in the country. It's the one place where the commander-in-chief can deploy the Guard essentially at will, without a governor's sign-off. That's precisely why the Capitol became the testing ground for this kind of sustained domestic deployment. And it's why the arrival of troops from other states, states with their own governors, added a genuinely new and complicated wrinkle. Those out-of-state troops don't answer to the president the way D.C.'s own Guard does. They were lent, under specific conditions, by governors who retained at least some claim to say how they'd be used. And that's exactly the claim now being tested. There's also the sheer...
I told y'all to hit the like button. Good night. Good night.
Visual reality of it, which matters politically anywhere else in the country. It's the one place where the commander-in-chief can deploy the guard essentially at will without a governor's sign-off. That's precisely why the Capitol became the testing ground for this kind of sustained domestic deployment. And it's why the arrival of troops from other states, states with their own governors, added a genuinely new and complicated wrinkle. Those out-of-state troops don't answer to the president the way DC's own guard does. They were lent, under specific conditions, by governors who retained at least some claim to say how they'd be used. And that's exactly the claim now being tested. There's also the sheer visual reality of it, which matters politically as much as legally. Photographs from this period show armed soldiers strolling past the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool, patrolling the National Mall, standing near the White House. In May of 2026, a gunman opened fire in Washington, and Guard members were photographed near the White House in the aftermath, a reminder that the administration can always point to genuine security incidents to justify the presence. The imagery cuts both ways. To supporters, it looks like protection. To critics, it looks like occupation. Same soldiers, same streets, radically different interpretations depending on where you stand. The 250th anniversary surge. Now layer on top of that the specific event that drew the Democratic governors in, the country's 250th birthday. America 250, the semi-quincentennial, the nation's big 250th anniversary of independence, was a massive, crowd-intensive series of events centered on Washington in early July 2026. A great American state fair on the National Mall, a major fireworks display on July 4th, enormous crowds, and securing an event of that size legitimately requires extra manpower. That's not controversial on its face. Presidents have requested out-of-state guard assistance for major DC events before, and normally it wouldn't raise an eyebrow. So for the anniversary, the deployment surged. It climbed from that steady 2,300 to 2,600 range up to around 5,000 troops, and in recent weeks passed 5,100 as federal officials announced what they called a summer surge of law enforcement help. And critically, for the first time since Trump launched his task force, that surge included troops from Democratic-led states. This was the significant shift. Up until this point, the states that had sent guard forces to join Trump's DC deployment were all led by Republican governors. But for the 250th anniversary, Democratic governors joined in from Minnesota, Michigan, Kentucky, North Carolina, Maryland, and Hawaii. They sent troops with what they described as specific limited orders. Their people were there for the anniversary celebrations near the monuments, and the governors insisted we're not part of Trump's ongoing law enforcement crackdown. That distinction, our troops are here for the party, not the crackdown, is the entire hinge of this story. The Democratic governors drew a bright line. They said, we're contributing to a national celebration, a legitimate security need for a huge public event, and our forces are walled off from the controversial, open-ended federal policing mission. It sounded clean, it sounded defensible, and it turned out to be far harder to maintain in practice than it was to declare in a press release. And it's important to be fair here. The underlying security need was genuinely real. A gathering of that size, millions of people, a state fair on the Mall, a marquee July 4th fireworks display in the nation's capital during a politically charged year, is a legitimate security challenge by any standard, and one that any responsible government would want extra personnel for. This is part of what made the governor's decision defensible in the first place, and part of what makes the whole situation genuinely hard rather than a simple case of good guys and bad guys. Nobody seriously argues that America's 250th birthday shouldn't have been secured. The dispute is entirely about what happened to those troops once they arrived, and whether lending them to a federal task force, even for a good reason, meant surrendering control over how they'd ultimately be used. The governors bet they could contribute the manpower without inheriting the controversy. That bet is what came apart, where the line broke down. Because here's what actually happened on the ground, and it's where the governor's careful distinction started to collapse. Take Minnesota. Governor Walz sent his roughly 100-plus Guard members to D.C. ahead of the America 250 celebrations with explicit orders they would be used only to help with those events near the national monuments. That was the deal. But then his troops were seen doing something else, on presence patrols in neighborhoods far from the National Mall. Presence patrols. That's the same activity many of the troops assigned to Trump's ongoing federal joint task force had been carrying out across the city for nearly a year. The exact thing Walz said his troops were not there to do. And then came the detail that really exposed the problem. The D.C. Joint Task Force, Trump's task force, lists the state guard members on its own public-facing website. Yes, with a notation that they're in town for America 250. But they're on the list. And more than that, according to the Joint Task Force itself, all state National Guard troops on that list had been deputized as special police officers by the U.S. Marshals Service and issued a firearm. Sit with that for a second, because it's the crux of the whole thing. The Democratic governors said their troops were there for a celebration, not for law enforcement. But their troops were, by the task force's own account, deputized as special police and armed, which is definitionally a law enforcement posture. The wall the governors thought they'd built between our anniversary mission and Trump's policing mission existed on paper, in their own orders and statements. It did not clearly exist in how the task force was actually treating and deploying those same troops on the ground. This is what a legal expert quoted in the coverage put her finger on precisely. Elizabeth Goitein, a senior director at the Brennan Center for Justice, put it this way: the Democratic governors were trying to make a distinction between what their guard forces were doing versus the broader mission. The problem, she said, is the administration is not making that distinction and cannot be trusted.
3 hours.
And elsewhere, she was even blunter about the governor's underlying mistake. They were fundamentally trusting the Trump administration to respect those lines, and I think that was a mistake. That's the heart of it. The governor's entire strategy depended on the Trump administration honoring a limit the governors themselves had set, and the administration, by its own public documentation, wasn't honoring it. It's worth being concrete about what a presence patrol actually is, because the term is doing a lot of quiet work. A presence patrol isn't securing a stage or managing a crowd at a fireworks display, the kind of thing you'd expect for an anniversary celebration. It's exactly what it sounds like. Uniformed, armed personnel moving through a neighborhood specifically so that residents see them there. It's a law enforcement and deterrence tactic meant to project authority and control over an area. When Minnesota's troops turned up on presence patrols in residential neighborhoods away from the mall, that wasn't a gray area or a judgment call. It was a categorically different activity from what Walz had authorized, the difference between guarding a party and policing a community. And it's the specific, visible thing that appears to have triggered his decision to pull them. Now layer in the trust problem, because it runs deeper than one set of patrols. The governors weren't just trusting the administration to keep their troops near the monuments on any given day. They were trusting an administration that had spent nearly a year steadily expanding this deployment, that had justified it on a crime emergency the data didn't clearly support, and that had every political incentive to blur the line between anniversary security and crime crackdown, because the more troops visibly on the streets from more states, the more the entire controversial deployment looked normal, bipartisan, and widely supported. In a real sense, the Democratic governor's troops were politically useful to the administration precisely because they were Democratic. Their presence helped launder a partisan deployment into something that looked national and consensus-driven. That's the deeper game the critics are pointing to, and it's why they argue the governors were naive to think they could contribute to the celebration without also contributing to that larger political project. The withdrawals begin. So the governors started pulling out, and the sequence of who left and how tells its own story. Minnesota moved first and most visibly. Walz ordered his troops home early, set to withdraw on a Saturday, ahead of their originally planned July 23rd return, specifically after his guard members were seen on those neighborhood presence patrols. That's the headline act. A Democratic governor yanking his forces out ahead of schedule because the mission he signed up for had quietly morphed into something he hadn't. But Minnesota wasn't alone, and the exits started stacking up. Maryland's Governor Wes Moore confirmed his state's guard members, who'd only been in D.C. for a brief window around the celebrations anyway, would be returning to the state at the end of the week. And there was an even more pointed episode out of Kentucky. A single Kentucky Guard member was brought home before the main events even began, after being diverted to the task force, in the words of Governor Andy Beshear's communications director, without the knowledge or consent of the state's governor or its Guard command. Read that carefully. That's a state saying one of our soldiers was pulled into Trump's federal crackdown without us being told, let alone agreeing to it. That's exactly the scenario the governors feared, happening in miniature, in real time. And then the pressure turned to the governor, who became the test case. Michigan's Gretchen Whitmer. Michigan had sent roughly 160 troops, slated to stay through August 31st. And on Tuesday, a coalition of think tanks, civic groups, labor unions, and civil rights organizations sent Whitmer a public letter explicitly asking her to withdraw Michigan's forces, arguing they were being misused. Whitmer's position, as reported, was a kind of conditional threat. Her roughly 160 troops were scheduled to remain, but she'd threatened to end the deployment early if her state's guard was used beyond the anniversary events. In other words, she drew the same line Walz drew, and the question hanging over her is whether the administration will cross it the way it appears to have crossed Walz's. The letter to Whitmer captured the broader argument cleanly. Previous presidents have requested assistance from out-of-state guard forces during major events in D.C., the coalition wrote, and such requests would normally give little cause for concern. But there is nothing normal about the way President Trump has used National Guard forces in the nation's capital. That's the distinction the critics are drawing. This isn't about whether governors can ever help secure a big event. It's about whether they can do so without their troops being folded into a deployment that legal experts consider a fundamental misuse of the military. The two competing stories. Now, to be fair and complete, there are genuinely two ways to see this, and an honest breakdown has to give you both. The administration's framing is straightforward and unapologetic. To them, this is a righteous mission. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth described it in exactly those terms. It's a righteous and beautiful mission, he said. Officials, including the acting Attorney General and a top White House advisor, spoke directly to the troops about both crime in the city and security for the 250th celebrations. From this vantage point, the deployment is fighting crime, beautifying the Capitol, and securing a historic national anniversary. And the Democratic governors who sent troops were participating in something worthwhile. The task force even said that Guard members sent for help secure have requested assistance from out-of-state Guard forces during major events in D.C., the coalition wrote, and such requests would normally give little cause for concern. But there is nothing normal about the way President Trump has used National Guard forces in the nation's capital. That's the distinction the critics are drawing. This isn't about whether governors can ever help secure a big event. It's about whether they can do so without their troops being folded into a deployment that legal experts consider a fundamental misuse of the military. The two competing stories. Now, to be fair and complete, there are genuinely two ways to see this, and an honest breakdown has to give you both. The administration's framing is straightforward and unapologetic. To them, this is a righteous mission. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth described it in exactly those terms. It's a righteous and beautiful mission, he said. Officials, including the acting Attorney General and a top White House advisor, spoke directly to the troops about both crime in the city and security for the 250th celebrations. From this vantage point, the deployment is fighting crime, beautifying the Capitol, and securing a historic national anniversary. And the Democratic governors who sent troops were participating in something worthwhile. The task force even said that Guard members sent for the America 250 mission would not have their mission changed, a direct pushback on the idea that anyone's troops were being repurposed. And there's a pointed counter-accusation aimed right back at the Democratic governors from the other direction, not from the administration, but from critics of the deployment who think the governors are dodging responsibility. One activist, quoted by the Associated Press, said the Democratic governors who sent personnel were pretending they don't know that their Guard members could be used as part of Trump's safe and beautiful task force. That's a stinging charge, and it cuts against the governors from the left, the claim that they can't credibly say they were blindsided because the nature of the task force was public knowledge, and sending troops into it was a choice they should have understood the implications of from the start. So you've got a genuine three-way tension here, which is what makes this more interesting than a simple partisan clash. The administration says This is a good and lawful mission. Nobody's troops were misused. The Democratic governors say we signed up only for the celebration and we're pulling out because that line wasn't respected. And activists and legal experts say essentially to both, the entire deployment is the problem, the line was never real, and the governors should have known better than to lend it any legitimacy at all. Where does the truth sit? Probably in the uncomfortable middle. The governors likely did have genuinely limited intentions. The specific orders they issued appear real, and the swift withdrawals suggest they weren't comfortable with what unfolded. But the critics also have a strong point. Once you place your troops under a federal task force run by an administration openly committed to an expansive deployment, your ability to control what those troops actually do drops dramatically. Both things can be true. The governors meant to draw a line, and the line was never fully theirs to enforce. Why this matters beyond the headline? Step back, because this is about far more than 100 Minnesota troops going home early. At its core, this is a story about the militarization of an American city and about how difficult it is to participate in that, even a little bit, without being absorbed into the whole of it. For nearly a year, thousands of soldiers have been patrolling the streets of the nation's capital, enforcing curfews, assisting arrests, the kind of domestic military presence that the American constitutional tradition has always treated with deep suspicion. The Democratic governor's episode is a small window into a large truth. Once that kind of deployment exists and normalizes, even well-intentioned participants struggle to keep their contribution clean. There's also a real question of federalism and control buried in here. Who actually commands the National Guard? The Guard exists in a complicated space, normally under the command of state governors, but able to be federalized and placed under presidential control in certain circumstances. This whole dispute is, in a sense, a live fight over that seam. The governors sent troops believing they retained meaningful say over what those troops would do. The Kentucky episode, a soldier diverted without the knowledge or consent of the governor, suggests that in practice, once troops are operating alongside a federal task force, that state-level control gets murky fast. That's not a small constitutional question. It goes to the heart of who gets to decide when and how soldiers appear on American streets. And finally, there's the raw political dimension, because it's real and worth naming honestly. These are Democratic governors, several of them, like Whitmer and Walz, frequently mentioned as national figures, caught in a genuine bind. Refused to send any troops to the nation's 250th birthday and risk looking like they're boycotting a patriotic national celebration. Send troops and risk exactly what happened, being seen as enabling and legitimizing a deployment their own party's base views as an authoritarian overreach. The early withdrawals are, among other things, an attempt to escape that trap, to say after the fact, we supported the celebration, but we won't support the crackdown. Whether voters and activists accept that threading of the needle is one of the open questions this story leaves behind. Consider the specific stakes for Tim Walz, since he's the spine of this story. Walz is a former running mate on a national ticket, a figure with clear future ambitions, and a governor whose brand leans heavily on being a plain-spoken, sensible Midwesterner. For someone in that position, being photographed as a facilitator of Trump's D.C. military deployment is close to a worst-case image. It's the kind of thing that follows you into a primary. So his rapid withdrawal is both a genuine reaction to the mission changing and unavoidably a piece of political self-protection. Both readings are true at once, and it would be naive to pretend the politics aren't part of the calculation. The same goes for Whitmer, another figure with national ambitions now facing organized pressure from her own side to pull out. For these governors, the National Guard question isn't just a policy decision, it's a test of whether they can be trusted by a Democratic base that is deeply alarmed by the militarization of the Capitol. There's a longer-term worry embedded in all this too. One the legal experts keep circling back to: normalization. Every time troops are deployed to an American city for a reason that sounds acceptable, a celebration, a crime surge, a special event, the next deployment becomes a little easier to justify, a little less shocking. The concern isn't only about this specific mission. It's that a country can get gradually accustomed to soldiers on its streets, one reasonable sounding justification at a time, until a militarized capital stops feeling remarkable at all. That's the quiet stake underneath the governor's scramble. Pulling troops out early is, in part, a refusal to let that normalization happen quietly, a small act of drawing a line, even if the line came late and even if it was never fully theirs to draw. So here's the honest summary of what actually happened. Several Democratic governors sent National Guard troops to Washington for the country's 250th anniversary, with explicit orders limiting them to celebration-related duties near the monuments. But those troops were deputized as special police, armed, listed on Trump's federal task force, and, in Minnesota's case, seen patrolling residential neighborhoods far from the celebrations, doing the same work as the troops in Trump's year-long crackdown. So Governor Walz pulled Minnesota's troops out early.
Thank you.
Maryland's are leaving. Kentucky already had a soldier improperly diverted and brought home. And the pressure is now squarely on Michigan's Gretchen Whitmer to follow. The administration calls the whole thing a righteous mission and denies anyone's troops were repurposed. Critics of the deployment say the line the governors drew was never real, and that they should have known better than to lend the operation any legitimacy. And the legal experts in the middle say the deepest problem is the deployment itself, a scale and style of domestic military presence that runs against a centuries-old American wariness of soldiers policing citizens. Watch three things from here. Watch Whitmer. Whether she pulls Michigan's troops and how she frames it will be the clearest signal of where this goes. Watch whether the broader deployment shrinks back down now that the anniversary is over, or whether that summer surge past 5,000 troops becomes the new normal for the Capitol. And watch the federalism fight, because the question of whether a governor can lend troops to a federal mission and still control what they do is not going away. It's only going to get sharper the longer this deployment lasts. A governor sent his soldiers to guard a celebration and discovered they'd been quietly folded into something else entirely. That discovery, and how fast he pulled them back out, tells you almost everything about the line this whole country is currently trying to figure out, where the celebration ends and the occupation begins. If this breakdown helped you understand what's actually happening in the Capitol, subscribe and hit the bell. The pressure on Michigan and the future of this deployment.
Iran just hatched a fresh plot. Oh my goodness. Did I see this one?
This week, Israel handed the United States a chilling warning. Iran, they said, has devised a fresh, specific new plot to assassinate President Donald Trump. That's the headline racing around the world right now. And it's real. Israel really did deliver that warning.
Oh, wow.
It was first reported by the Wall Street Journal, then confirmed by CNN through two separate sources. But here's the part that most of the headlines are leaving out, and it completely changes the story. According to CNN's own reporting, U.S. intelligence agencies had not verified this plot themselves. They weren't even tracking it before Israel told them about it. And this is the crucial part. Multiple American officials suspect the warning might be something other than a straightforward heads up. They suspect it could be, in part, an effort by Israel to influence Trump's decision-making at the exact moment he's deciding whether to escalate a war against Iran. So this is not a simple story about a plot to kill a president. It's a much stranger and more revealing story about intelligence, trust, and the widening gap between two allies who no longer fully agree on what to do about Iran. Today, we're going to separate what's actually known from what's merely claimed, understand why sober U.S. officials are treating an assassination warning with skepticism, and unpack what this episode reveals about the fracture between Trump and Israel's prime minister at one of the most dangerous moments of this entire war. Let's break it down carefully, because on a topic like this, careful is the only responsible way to do it. What was actually reported? Let's start by nailing down exactly what's known, because precision matters enormously here. On Thursday, the Wall Street Journal reported, citing people familiar with the matter, that Israeli intelligence indicated a new plot was in development to assassinate the U.S. president. Israeli officials, according to the report, warned Washington of what they viewed as a fresh threat against Trump. The report was thin on specifics. It wasn't clear when the intelligence was relayed or through what channel. CNN then confirmed the broad outline through two of its own sources. One source said the warning came this week. Another said something important, that the U.S. had picked up what they...
Y'all hit the like button. Do y'all see Naturally New Orleans? Oh, you don't have a... Over here. Do y'all see Naturally New Orleans down there? She's a mod. She said get the likes up. Or she ready for me to shut it down. She said hit a button or take a hike. Do you know where the like button is? Hit those three dots at the top right corner. Say something again, Naturally New Orleans. Over here, I thought you had
a steady drumbeat of intelligence in recent weeks about outlined through two of its own sources. One source said the warning came this week. Another said something important, that the U.S. had picked up what they called a steady drumbeat of intelligence in recent weeks about possible plans to assassinate Trump, but that the warning from Israel was new and concerned a specific plot. So there are really two layers here. Layer one, a general ongoing background hum of threats against Trump, which U.S. intelligence has genuinely been tracking. Layer two, this specific new Israeli warning, sitting on top of that background noise. Now here is the single most important sentence in all of the reporting, and it's the one the sensational headlines drop. According to CNN, two sources familiar with the matter said the U.S. had not vetted the plot themselves, nor were they tracking it before the Israeli warning. Read that again. The United States' own intelligence agencies had not independently verified this plot. They weren't following it. The entire basis for the fresh plot claim is a warning from a foreign intelligence service, Israel's, that American agencies had not, at the time of reporting, been able to confirm on their own. And the details of the plot Israel warned about, per CNN, not immediately clear. No target method, no timeline, no operational specifics made public. We have a warning. We don't publicly have a verified plot. That distinction between a warning was given and a plot was confirmed is the entire spine of this story, and holding on to it is what separates responsible analysis from fear-mongering. It's worth noticing how the two outlets that broke this framed it, because the language itself is careful in a way the downstream headlines were not. The Wall Street Journal, citing unidentified sources, described the intelligence as pointing to a fresh plot. CNN, also citing unnamed sources, described a new warning about a specific plot. Notice what's doing the work in both. These are descriptions of what Israel's intelligence claimed, attributed to anonymous sources, not independent confirmations that the plot exists. Responsible outlets phrase it that way on purpose. Israel warned, sources say, reportedly, because they're reporting the existence of a warning, which is verifiable, not the existence of a plot, which is not. By the time that careful phrasing traveled through aggregators and social media, it had hardened into Iran plots to kill Trump, full stop. That hardening from a hedged, sourced claim into a flat statement of fact is exactly the transformation this video exists to reverse. The word reportedly carries an enormous amount of weight, and it's usually the first word to fall off in a viral headline. There's also a basic timeline ambiguity worth flagging. The journal's report didn't make clear when the intelligence was relayed or through what channel. CNN's source said the warning came this week. That vagueness isn't necessarily suspicious on its own. Intelligence sharing is secretive by nature, but it does mean that even the basic contours of when and how this warning arrived are fuzzy in the public record. When the foundational facts of a story are this soft, treating the conclusion as rock solid is a mistake. The reason for skepticism. So why would American officials be skeptical of an allied warning that their president is about to be assassinated? That sounds almost paranoid on its face, but when you understand the context, the skepticism is not only reasonable, it's the responsible instinct of professionals doing their jobs. Let's walk through exactly why. The core issue is stated plainly in CNN's reporting. Other American officials suggested the Israeli report could be an effort to sway Trump's decision-making as he weighs whether to intensify American military action against Iran. One source went further, saying the Israeli report is viewed, in part, as a piece of a broader Israeli effort to influence Trump's decisions on Iran. And most bluntly of all, one source told CNN that some in the intelligence community are simply always skeptical of Israeli reporting. Now, to be clear about what that does and does not mean. It does not mean U.S. officials think Israel is lying outright or that the threat to Trump is fake. The threat environment around Trump is genuinely real. We'll get to that. What it means is more subtle. Intelligence is never just raw fact. It's shaped by who collects it, how they collect it, and crucially, what they want the recipient to do with it. When an ally hands you intelligence that happens to point in exactly the direction that ally has been publicly lobbying for, professional intelligence officers are trained to ask, is this information or is it persuasion dressed as information? And in this case, that question has real teeth because of the specific disagreement between the U.S. and Israel right now. According to the Wall Street Journal, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has argued for continuing military operations against Iran to achieve additional war objectives, while Trump has sought an exit from the conflict over concerns about its wider economic consequences. That's the fault line. Israel wants more war. Trump wants out. And into that disagreement lands an Israeli intelligence warning that, if believed and acted upon, would push Trump toward exactly the escalation Israel wants, and Trump has been resisting. You don't have to believe Israel fabricated anything to see the problem. Intelligence that conveniently supports the sharer's preferred policy is intelligence that deserves extra scrutiny, not because the sharer is necessarily acting in bad faith, but because the incentive structure is impossible to ignore. This is exactly the kind of situation intelligence professionals are trained to be careful with. And there's painful historical precedent for what happens when a nation goes to war on foreign or unvetted intelligence that later doesn't hold up. The run-up to the 2003 Iraq War being the most infamous example. That memory is part of why sober U.S. officials treat unverified, escalation-favoring intelligence with caution,
just trying to figure
no matter
out,
how alarming the headline.
Like listening
it helps to understand how intelligence sharing between allies actually works, because it's not the clean transaction people imagine. When one country's spy agency shares intelligence with another, the receiving agency doesn't just accept it at face value and act. It goes through a process of evaluation.
But they don't want to leave because they come right the hell back.
The method of collection, the reliability of past reporting from the same channel, and whether the intelligence can be corroborated independently. This is standard practice among even the closest of allies, precisely because every intelligence service, no matter how friendly, has its own national interests and its own perspective. Sharing intelligence is never purely altruistic. It's also a way of shaping what your partner believes, and therefore what your partner does. That's not a knock on Israel specifically. The United States does exactly the same thing, and so does every capable intelligence power on Earth. It's simply the nature of the game. And it's why the phrase in CNN's reporting that the U.S. had not vetted it themselves is so important. It signals that this warning was still at the very first stage of that evaluation process. It had been received but not yet tested. Acting on untested intelligence, especially intelligence that would trigger a war, is precisely what the vetting process exists to prevent. The other dimension here is Iran's own strategic incentives, which cut against the plot's plausibility in one specific way worth considering. Iran is, at this exact moment, engaged in delicate negotiations with the United States toward a possible nuclear deal by mid-August. Actually assassinating, or even visibly attempting to assassinate, the sitting American president would be an act of war so extreme it would obliterate any possibility of a deal and likely trigger exactly the decimate and destroy response Trump has publicly threatened. A regime acting in cold self-interest would have enormous reason not to attempt this right now. That doesn't mean elements within Iran aren't genuinely plotting. Factions don't always act rationally, and hardliners furious over Khamenei's death may not be doing cost-benefit analysis. But it's another reason the picture is murkier than a clean Iran is about to kill Trump headline suggests. The strategic logic runs partly against it. There's a second layer of skepticism too, and it came from Israeli media itself. Israel's Channel 12 News reported that 2 U.S. officials characterized the information differently than the alarming headline suggested, saying it related to general dialogue between Iranian officials about potentially assassinating the president, rather than a specific operational plot. One official noted Israel had passed along similar information about plans by Iran and Iran-linked groups over the past year. So even the characterization of what the intelligence actually is, a specific plot versus Iranian officials talking about it in general terms, is itself disputed. And those are two very different things. But the threat is also real. Now, here's where responsible analysis has to cut the other way too, because it would be just as misleading to wave this off entirely. The skepticism about this specific warning does not mean the underlying danger to Trump is imaginary. It very much is not. And holding both of these truths at once is the only honest way to cover this. The bedrock fact is this: the U.S. government has long warned that Iran may try to kill Trump in retaliation for the 2020 drone strike he ordered that killed Qasem Soleimani, the top Iranian general and commander of the Quds Force. That's not speculation. Iran has publicly repeatedly vowed revenge for Soleimani's killing for years. U.S. intelligence has identified Iran as one of the most persistent sources of assassination threats against Trump. This is a documented standing reality that long predates this week's Israeli warning. And the imagery from this very week made that threat vivid and public. During the funeral processions for the slain Iranian supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, culminating in his burial on July 9th, crowds of Iranians chanted, "Death to America." Reuters reported a banner on the streets reading, "We will kill Trump." In Mashhad, where Khamenei was buried, a large sign carried by funeral goers said exactly that, "We will kill Trump." So the backdrop isn't subtle. Millions of mourners, open calls for the president's death, broadcast globally. There's also Trump's own personal history, which makes this land differently than it might for another president. Trump has survived multiple assassination attempts already, including the 2024 shooting in which a bullet grazed his ear. This is a man who has genuinely been shot at. So when U.S. intelligence says it's tracking what it calls a steady drumbeat of threats against him, and that it's concerned Iran could target a range of current and former senior officials, that concern is grounded in a real and violent track record, not hypothetical fear. CNN's reporting captures the nuance precisely. 2 sources said the intelligence community is tracking several actors who have discussed attacks but haven't taken action, discussed but haven't acted. That's the real verified state of play according to U.S. sources. Genuine threats, genuine monitoring, genuine concern. But, as of the reporting, talk rather than an imminent confirmed operation. The Israeli warning claims something sharper and more specific than that, and the honest position is that we simply don't know yet, publicly, whether the Israeli version or the more cautious U.S. version is closer to the truth. So hold both facts firmly. 1, the threat to Trump from Iran is real, documented, and long-standing. 2, this specific new warning is unverified, disputed in its characterization, and viewed by some U.S. officials as potentially serving Israel's policy agenda. Both things are true. Neither cancels the other. And anyone telling you this is simply and definitely a confirmed plot, or simply and definitely a fabrication, is flattening a genuinely uncertain picture into a false certainty. This is genuinely hard for people to hold in their heads, and it's worth naming why. Our instinct, especially with something as visceral as an assassination threat, is to want a clean answer. Is it real or isn't it? Should I be scared or not? But real intelligence in real time rarely offers that clean answer. It offers fragments, probabilities, and competing interpretations, and decision makers have to act or refrain from acting inside that fog. The mature way to consume a story like this isn't to pick the version that fits what you already believe about Trump or Iran or Israel and treat it as settled. It's to sit with the uncertainty, weigh the competing pieces, and update as more verified information comes in. That's uncomfortable. It doesn't make for a satisfying headline, but it's the truth of the situation, and pretending otherwise, in either direction, is how populations get stampeded into or lulled out of consequential decisions. On a matter that could genuinely tip toward war, the discipline of saying, "We don't fully know yet," is not weakness, it's the whole ballgame. The Trump-Netanyahu fracture. To really understand why this warning landed the way it did, you have to understand the state of the relationship between Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu right now, because it's more strained than at almost any point in their long association. The core disagreement is about the war itself. As reported, Netanyahu has voiced deep doubts about Trump's efforts at diplomacy with Iran. He wants the military campaign to continue to achieve further objectives. Trump, by contrast, has been trying to find an exit, worried by multiple accounts about the war's economic fallout, the spike in oil prices, the strain on American resources, and the political cost at home. Two allies, two fundamentally different goals. One wants to press the war forward, the other wants to wind it down. And this has produced real friction, not just abstract disagreement. The two men have clashed over Israeli military action in Lebanon, which had complicated the U.S.-Iran talks. Reporting describes a heated phone call between them. They spoke again by phone on Thursday, and Netanyahu is expected to visit Washington soon for talks. So this is an active, ongoing tug-of-war between a president trying to de-escalate and a prime minister pushing him not to. Place the assassination warning inside that context, and you can see why U.S. officials reacted the way they did. If you're an American intelligence officer who knows that Israel wants Trump to escalate, and Israel hands you intelligence suggesting Iran is about to kill Trump, a claim that, if believed, would enrage Trump and push him toward exactly the escalation Israel wants, you would be doing your job badly if you didn't at least consider whether the timing and the content were convenient. That's not cynicism, that's the basic discipline of handling intelligence from a source with a known agenda. None of this means Netanyahu is manufacturing threats to manipulate Trump. That's a serious accusation, and the reporting does not establish it. What the reporting does establish is that some U.S. officials, not fringe voices, but people close enough to the intelligence to talk to CNN, see this particular warning as at least partly entangled with Israel's broader campaign to keep America in the fight. The warning may be entirely sincere. It may be sincere but shaded by Israel's interests. The point is that the people whose job is to know can't fully separate the two, and they're being honest about that uncertainty. This strain is part of a much larger pattern that's been building all week, and it's worth connecting the dots because this warning is one data point in a broader story of an alliance under real stress. At the NATO summit in Ankara, Netanyahu publicly warned that a U.S. plan to sell advanced fighter jets to Turkey would make Ankara no friend of Washington's, an unusually pointed intervention into U.S. foreign policy. Trump, for his part, has been openly signaling he wants out of the Iran war over Netanyahu's objections. The two clashed over Israeli operations in Lebanon that complicated the nuclear talks, and that heated phone call between them wasn't an isolated blip. It was ugly if you didn't at least consider whether the timing and the content were convenient. That's not cynicism, that's the basic discipline of handling intelligence from a source with a known agenda. None of this means Netanyahu is manufacturing threats to manipulate Trump. That's a serious accusation, and the reporting does not establish it. What the reporting does establish is that some U.S. officials, not fringe voices, but people close enough to the intelligence to talk to CNN, see this particular warning as at least partly entangled with Israel's broader campaign to keep America in the fight. The warning may be entirely sincere. It may be sincere but shaded by Israel's interests. The point is that the people whose job is to know can't fully separate the two, and they're being honest about that uncertainty. This strain is part of a much larger pattern that's been building all week, and it's worth connecting the dots because this warning is one data point in a broader story of an alliance under real stress. At the NATO summit in Ankara, Netanyahu publicly warned that a U.S. plan to sell advanced fighter jets to Turkey would make Ankara no friend of Washington's, an unusually pointed intervention into U.S. foreign policy. Trump, for his part, has been openly signaling he wants out of the Iran war over Netanyahu's objections. The two clashed over Israeli operations in Lebanon that complicated the nuclear talks, and that heated phone call between them wasn't an isolated blip. It was a symptom of two leaders whose interests on the single most important issue in the region have genuinely diverged. For years, the Trump-Netanyahu relationship was one of the closest between any U.S. president and Israeli prime minister. What we're watching now is that relationship being tested by a war one of them wants to end and the other wants to expand. The assassination warning didn't create that fracture. It landed on top of it, and that's exactly why U.S. officials
Lindsey,
read it through the lens of the fracture. And here's the genuinely tricky part.
Assassination really was supposed to be Trump.
He's caught in an almost impossible bind. He cannot simply dismiss a warning that he's about to be assassinated. No one in his position could. But he also has reason to be wary of intelligence that conveniently pushes him toward a war he's been trying to escape. How does a president weigh a threat to his own life against the possibility that the threat is being amplified to manipulate him? That's a genuinely awful position to be in, and it's exactly where this episode has placed him. How Trump responded and what comes next. So how did Trump himself handle it? His response was revealing and notably somewhat contradictory, which fits the impossible position he's in. When the White House was asked to comment on the Israeli warning, it didn't confirm or deny the specific intelligence. Instead, it pointed reporters to comments Trump had already made on Wednesday in Ankara at the NATO summit. Those comments, they want to take out the U.S. leader, me. I'm on every single one of their lists. And so far, I guess I've been a little bit lucky, but that maybe doesn't last very long. He then pivoted into the evil, sick people and cut out cancer early language we've heard from him all week. But then, and this is the telling part, in a separate interview, Trump appeared to directly dismiss the Israeli intelligence. No, Israel came up with nothing, he said, adding that he'd been number one on Iran's list for a long time. So on one hand, Trump amplifies the general idea that Iran wants him dead because it makes him look tough and targeted and defiant. On the other hand, he specifically waves away the Israeli warning as nothing. That's not necessarily a contradiction born of confusion. It may be strategic, embrace the threat in general because it serves him, while rejecting the specific Israeli version because he doesn't want to be seen as being led by the nose into a war by Netanyahu. Whether that red is right, the pattern is clear. Trump is treating the general threat and the specific Israeli warning very differently. Meanwhile, underneath all the drama, the actual machinery of the confrontation kept grinding. Even as this warning circulated, U.S. and Iranian officials were, according to CNN, still working toward a nuclear deal by mid-August. On Thursday night, U.S. forces had prepared for potential strikes on Iran, but ultimately held off in favor of diplomacy. On the USS Abraham Lincoln, crews loaded fighter jets with armaments and pilots ran drills in case they were called on, the aircraft carrier's commanding officer telling his crew that things were heating up. So the real picture is a knife's edge. Diplomacy and military preparation running in parallel. Strikes prepared and then withheld. A nuclear deadline looming in mid-August. And now an unverified assassination warning injected into the middle of all of it. That's why this warning matters beyond the shock value. It's not really about whether one specific plot is real. It's about whether an unverified, escalation-favoring piece of intelligence arriving at a moment of maximum tension tips a president who's trying to de-escalate back toward war. Intelligence at moments like this isn't just information. It's a force that can move nations toward or away from conflict. And the fact that America's own officials are openly questioning this particular piece of it is arguably a sign of the system working. Professionals refusing to be stampeded, insisting on verification before action, precisely because they remember what happens when nations don't.
About to
so here's the honest summary, holding all the pieces together without flattening any of them. Israel warned the United States this week that Iran has a fresh, specific plot to assassinate President Trump. That warning is real. It was reported by the Wall Street Journal and confirmed by CNN. But the United States' own intelligence agencies had not verified the plot, weren't tracking it beforehand. And multiple U.S. officials suspect the warning may be, at least in part, an effort by Israel to push Trump toward the escalation against Iran that Netanyahu wants and Trump has been resisting. Israeli media even reported U.S. officials describing the intelligence as general Iranian chatter rather than a specific operational plot. At the same time, the broader threat to Trump from Iran is genuinely real, documented, and years old, rooted in the 2020 Soleimani strike and made vivid this week by crowds openly calling for his death. Both of those things are true at once. The threat is real. This specific warning is unverified and contested.
Within a week.
The gap between those two facts is precisely where the story lives. Watch three things from here. Watch whether U.S. intelligence ever independently confirms this specific plot. Because if it does, the skepticism evaporates and this becomes a very different story. Watch the Netanyahu visit to Washington, because that face-to-face meeting is where the real tug-of-war over escalation will play out. And watch the mid-August nuclear deadline, because that, far more than any single warning, is the clock that actually governs whether this confrontation ends in a deal or a wider war. An ally delivered an alarming warning. America's own spies weren't sure they believed it. In a week this dangerous, that hesitation, that insistence on knowing before acting may be one of the few genuinely reassuring things in the entire story. If this breakdown helped you separate what's confirmed from what's merely...
Okay, so, oh man, I wasn't planning on doing that. Hold on. Hold on, it was something I just saw. And I don't know what I did and how I did it over here. Hold on. Why is it not letting me go back? Hold on.
Right now, deep in the Zagros range along Iran's western border, a fight is unfolding that most of the planet hasn't even noticed yet. Kurdish fighters are pushing into terrain the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has spent decades insisting
while all these people
owns
dying,
outright. And this month,
we still don't know what's going on. They doing shit behind our back
than it has been in years. While global attention has been fixed on Tehran, where mourners packed the streets for the funeral of an assassin, harder than it has been in years. Into terrain, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has spent decades insisting it owns outright. And this month, the claim is being tested harder than it has been in years. While global attention has been fixed on Tehran, where mourners packed the streets for the funeral of an assassinated supreme leader, a separate and far quieter conflict has been tearing through three provinces of Iranian Kurdistan. Nobody invited cameras to this one. Tehran would very much prefer you didn't know it's happening. So let's dig into it. What exactly have Kurdish fighters been doing to Iran over the last 2 weeks? And why is it Iran? Three provinces of Iranian Kurdistan. Nobody invited cameras to this one. Tehran would very much prefer you didn't know it's happening. So let's dig into it. What exactly have Kurdish fighters been doing to Iran over the last 2 weeks? And why is it erupting now at the exact moment the Islamic Republic looks the most unstable it has in a generation? Here's what's actually documented, verified by groups like the Kurdistan Human Rights Network, and cross-checked by outlets including Fox News, Newsweek, and the Jerusalem Post. On the night of June 28th, members of the Eastern Kurdistan units, the armed wing of the Kurdistan Free Life Party, known as PJAK, came under heavy artillery and gunfire from IRGC units operating out of the Hamza Syed al-Shahad headquarters in the Gagesh Heights between Mahabad and Paranchar. Hours of fighting followed. PJAK confirmed 4 of its fighters killed, 2 men and 2 women. The IRGC claimed a higher number and released photos it said proved it. Neither side's full count has been independently verified, but the clash itself is beyond dispute, and it kicked off everything that followed. Then came July 1st, the single bloodiest night of the whole episode, confirmed by multiple outlets from Fox News to regional Kurdish media. IRGC forces ambushed a vehicle near the village of Keskapan, close to Paranchar, carrying 6 fighters from the Democratic Party of Iranian Kurdistan, according to the party. This wasn't a combat patrol, it was an organizational and political mission. The IRGC hit them anyway. All 6 died: Karo Hormazyari, Fardan Changizi, Mohammed Kaki, Abdullah Mohammadpour, Tuan Osmani, and Mohammed Amin Bayezidi. Iranian state outlets initially reported only 5 names, quietly dropping Bayezidi. Local sources say that's no accident. He was the driver, and he was reportedly an active figure in the underground network, operating inside Iran itself. Leaving his name out isn't a clerical slip. It's an attempt to obscure exactly how far this network already reaches into Iranian soil. The violence spread from there. 3 police officers were killed near the entrance to Bani in Kurdistan province. In Kermanshah province's Pave district, 2 IRGC personnel were killed in an attack claimed by Kurdish opposition fighters active in the area. Add it all up, and independent monitors are tracking at least a dozen-plus deaths on both sides across barely 2 weeks, with disputed claims from both Tehran and the Kurdish parties likely pushing the real figure even higher. Majid Glai, president of the American Kurdish Committee, told Fox News Digital plainly that this doesn't read like routine border friction. In his words, this looks like coordinated operations happening deep inside Iranian territory, not the periodic skirmishes the region has seen for years. He also pointed to a number that's hard to ignore. More than 850 Iranian strikes on Kurdish opposition camps and communities across the border in Iraq since the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran began back in late February. Strikes that, according to Kurdish rights monitors, never fully paused, even when a ceasefire was technically in effect. And here's the part that deserves real attention. None of this is happening in a vacuum. It's erupting exactly as Iran's shaky ceasefire with Washington has been falling apart all over again. In the space of a few days, U.S. forces struck dozens of targets across southern and coastal Iran, hitting sites near Bandar Abbas and Bushehr and along the Strait of Hormuz. Iran responded by launching a barrage of missiles and drones at American installations in Bahrain and Kuwait. So think about the position Iran's government is actually standing in this week. Not hypothetically, but literally. It is trading strikes with the United States along its southern coast. It just buried an assassinated supreme leader whose own son and successor has barely been seen in public since taking the job. And now it's losing fighters in ambush after ambush across a stretch of mountains it insists is firmly under control. Stick around, because before we get into exactly who these Kurdish factions are and why Iran's ability to see this coming has apparently collapsed at the worst possible moment, it's worth understanding just how much terrain and manpower Tehran is now fighting to hold on to in the West. So who is actually behind this? Because it isn't one militia taking orders from a single command post somewhere in the hills. It's a coalition of 5 distinct Kurdish parties, each contributing something different to the fight. And that structure is a big part of why Iran is struggling to contain it. Formed on February 22nd, just days before the war with the U.S. and Israel began, the coalition of political forces of Iranian Kurdistan brings together the Democratic Party of Iranian Kurdistan, the Kurdistan Freedom Party known as PAK, PJAK, the Organization of Iranian Kurdistan Struggle known as Kabat, and the Kamala Party. Their stated goal from day one has been nothing short of toppling the Islamic Republic and securing genuine self-determination for Iran's Kurdish population. Estimated at somewhere between 7 and 10 million people, PJAK brings the deepest combat pedigree of the group, operating largely out of the Kandil mountain range on the Iraq-Iran border. Its fighters, a notably large share of them women, specialize in small infiltration units striking checkpoints and convoys at night before melting back into ridge lines that Iranian drones consistently struggle to track. That's precisely the unit involved in the June 28th clash at Gegesh Heights. The Democratic Party of Iranian Kurdistan operates on an entirely different model. It isn't primarily a strike force. It's a long-running underground network embedded inside Kurdish-majority cities and towns across Iran itself. The kind of network tied to Mohammed Amin Bayezidi, the driver whose name Iranian state media conveniently omitted from its own casualty report. People inside that network can feed real-time intelligence on troop movements and garrison locations back to the wider coalition, which is a capability no satellite feed can fully replace.
To wake up.
has spent years running deliberate strike operations against IRGC infrastructure in Kermanshah and surrounding provinces, escalating well before this current war even started. And Kabbat and Kamala round out the coalition with institutional histories along this same stretch of border that go back decades. What's notable, according to analysts tracking the crisis, is that despite operating in the same tight window and the same general region, there's no clear evidence these five groups are running off a single shared command structure. PJAK has been locked into direct retaliatory clashes. PDKI has mostly lost people through the interception of low-profile organizational missions, which, uncomfortably for them, suggests Iranian intelligence has penetrated their networks more than they'd like to admit. That's not one unified offensive. That's several separate flashpoints igniting almost simultaneously. The terrain itself deserves a huge share of the credit for what's happening. The Zagros Mountains are punishing ground. Ridgelines climbing past 10,000 feet, narrow valleys with essentially no proper road access, terrain that funnels any mechanized force onto a single exposed route with no room to maneuver around an ambush. Iran's aging helicopter fleet struggles at these altitudes, meaning the IRGC is largely fighting this specific campaign without real air cover. Kurdish fighters have spent literal decades learning every fold of this landscape. Iranian forces are relearning it in real time, under fire, while taking casualties. There's also a genuine question of why Iran's ability to detect this insurgency coming seems so degraded right now. Earlier in the war, American and Israeli strikes specifically targeted Iranian radar sites and air defense infrastructure across large parts of the country, including installations that had historically helped Tehran monitor cross-border Kurdish movement in this exact corridor. Multiple accounts suggest those early warning systems went dark during that campaign and were never fully rebuilt. Whether that gap was a deliberate side effect or simply collateral damage from a much larger bombing campaign is genuinely hard to say from the outside. But the practical result is the same either way, and it's arriving at the exact moment years of frustration over Iranian strikes on Kurdish camps in Iraq have been building toward exactly this kind of response. This didn't come out of nowhere either. Kurdish opposition parties had already been coordinating support for the wave of anti-government protests that swept Iran in the months before the war. That cooperation hardened into the formal coalition on February 22nd. And in the opening days of the war, some outlets, including Israel's I-24 News, reported that a Kurdish ground offensive had already begun near Maravan. Those reports turned out to be premature. PJAK, PDKI, PAPK, and Kamala all publicly denied any offensive had started. And Kurdistan regional government officials, not a single fighter had actually crossed the border. The coalition, it turned out, was being deliberately cautious, unwilling to expose its people to a brutal crackdown before the moment was right. That caution appears to be wearing thin now. There's a diplomatic layer to this that's mostly been missed outside specialist Kurdish and Middle East reporting. Multiple reports indicate the Trump administration explored offering meaningful backing to Iranian Kurdish opposition groups early in the war, including discussions of the kind of air cover arrangement that once allowed Iraqi Kurds to carve out real autonomy after 1991. Kurdish leaders reportedly leaned into that opening. but a broader coordinated plan involving all the major Kurdish factions is understood to have quietly stalled before it ever launched, largely because of Turkey. Ankara has consistently and forcefully opposed any serious American or Israeli arming of Iranian Kurdish groups, given PJAK's organizational ties to the PKK, which Turkey has fought for decades and formally designates a terrorist organization. That pressure reportedly played a real role in scaling back what Washington was willing to offer, even after informal conversations with Kurdish leaders had already taken place. It's one of the messier threads running underneath this entire war, Washington needing Turkey as a NATO partner, while simultaneously flirting with a movement Ankara views as an existential threat. Kurdish leaders have also pointed to language buried inside the broader U.S.-Iran understanding reached earlier this year, widely read as a commitment by Washington not to interfere in Iran's internal affairs. Glide told reporters that sentence landed as a genuine betrayal for opposition groups. The Kurds, most of all, a promise on paper to step back from exactly the kind of backing many had been counting on. In practice, Kurdish factions watched themselves get written out of the deal meant to end the war, while Iranian strikes on their camps kept coming anyway, ceasefire or not. And that ceasefire itself is worth pausing on because it hasn't held. It was meant to buy 60 days to hammer out a lasting agreement, including the unresolved question of the Strait of Hormuz. It didn't make it 3 weeks intact. Iran struck commercial shipping in the Strait in early July. The U.S. answered with strikes on dozens of Iranian targets and reimposed sanctions it had agreed to lift. Iran fired back with a wave of missiles and drones at American bases in Bahrain and Kuwait. A second, larger round of U.S. strikes followed, hitting sites from Bandar Abbas to Bushehr, near Iran's own nuclear power facilities. Iran's own health ministry has reported over a dozen dead and dozens more wounded from those 2 nights alone. Talks are technically ongoing. Layer the Kurdish insurgency directly on top of that, and the scale of what Tehran is juggling right now starts to come into focus. All of this is unfolding while Iran is still processing the killing of its own supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, assassinated in a joint U.S. Israeli strike back in late February, the opening move of the entire war. Days of mourning ceremonies have stretched across Tehran and beyond. And the one figure conspicuously absent from most of them has been his own son and successor, Mojtaba Khamenei, now technically Iran's supreme leader, who by multiple accounts has made only limited public appearances since taking the position. Add in the Strait of Hormuz dispute, Iran's push to start charging transit fees on shipping through the strait, a move Washington has flatly rejected as illegal. And you get a picture of a government fighting on several fronts at once. A ceasefire that's collapsed more than once, a barely visible new supreme leader, an unresolved standoff over one of the world's most important shipping choke points, and now, running underneath all of it, a multi-province insurgency it cannot fully see coming and cannot fully stop. So where does this actually go from here? Honestly, nobody who studies this region closely is claiming to know for certain. Some point to the real losses Kurdish fighters have taken themselves as evidence. This campaign has limits and may not be sustainable at this intensity for long. Others point to the sheer geographic spread, 3 provinces, several distinct groups, all igniting inside the same narrow window. as a sign this is bigger than routine border friction, even if it's too early to call it a full uprising. What isn't in dispute is the human cost, and it's worth sitting with the names rather than letting them dissolve into statistics. Karo Hormaziari, Fardin Changizi, Muhammad Kaki, Abdullah Muhammadpur, Twana Osmani, Muhammad Amin Bayazidi. 6 men killed in a single ambush near Paranshar, independently documented by Kurdish human rights monitors and multiple international outlets. There are only a fraction of the names now sitting in a carefully verified record, rather than whatever headline number either side would prefer to publish. Here's the bigger structural problem for Tehran. Its main response to this insurgency, hundreds of drone and missile strikes on Kurdish opposition camps across the border in Iraq, runs into a hard limit. The most capable fighters in this coalition simply aren't sitting exposed in easily targeted camps. They're dispersed through mountain terrain refined by decades of prior insurgency. Strikes against that kind of dug-in, spread-out network tend to produce limited lasting damage, even at a rate of hundreds of strikes. Iran is, in a very real sense, burning through munitions against an enemy built specifically to absorb exactly that kind of pressure. So here's the honest way to frame where things stand. A coalition of Kurdish fighters with deep knowledge of terrain that consistently blunts Iran's technological advantages has killed a verified, if disputed, number of IRGC and security personnel across 3 provinces in roughly 2 weeks, while taking real losses of its own. Iran's response, hundreds of cross-border strikes, has yet to meaningfully change that equation. And every bit of this is unfolding alongside a ceasefire with the United States that keeps collapsing. A supreme leader, barely seen in public since taking power, and an unresolved fight over the Strait of Hormuz that's already produced fresh strikes instead of a settlement. That's an extraordinary amount of pressure for any government to absorb at once, let alone one this fractured at the top. Whether this specific wave becomes the opening chapter of something genuinely historic or eventually settles back into the kind of intermittent border violence that's defined this relationship for decades is a question nobody serious is willing to answer with confidence right now. What's clear is that the fighting in the Zagros Mountains is continuing on its own timeline, largely unwatched by a world distracted by funerals and collapsing deadlines elsewhere. And there's no sign of it slowing down. So here's the question worth sitting with. With Iran simultaneously trading fire with Washington, facing an unresolved standoff over Hormuz, working through a shaky succession at the very top, and now bleeding personnel to an insurgency it can't fully see or stop. How much longer can a government under this much simultaneous pressure actually hold everything together? Drop your take in the comments, and if this kind of grounded, source-checked breakdown of what's actually happening in the region is what you're here for, subscribe, because this story is far from finished.
Okay, y'all, good night.
I'm going to Iran's government right now isn't coming from Washington or Tel Aviv or anywhere near a negotiating table. What if it's coming from its own mountains, from its own people, and Tehran is doing everything it can to keep you from finding out? Before we go any further, if stories like this matter to you, tap subscribe right now. Not later, not after the video ends. Right now, while the thought is still fresh in your head, because what you're about to hear barely made a ripple in most news feeds this week, go to sleep. And that alone should tell you something.
Yeah, good night, y'all.
While the world's attention was fixed on Tehran, watching the funeral processions for Iran's assassinated